can see. We're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. I can see us glowing, dancing through the fire. Somehow we're still in there, when we couldn't even fight it now. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. Holy ground, I can taste the dirt in my mouth. You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the burning sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never hide. Holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're right. darkness can never
这个位置有没有人注意到？
后方的绕背盯的可能就是 Marble， 恐怖的安比萨正在路上，大招何时出手 ？Visa 先去限制一下 ，Marble 被盯上了 ，Marble 交错闪现 ，Marble 炸了一发烟火 ，Marble 倒了。这时候再给到一个极刑的大绝，极度恐怖的安比萨一波3连杀，
闪现再追，
还要再留人。来了 ，TSW 的车子，
来4打2哦。
车子已经来了，开在塔的后面 ，Foreign 还在卡线，但接下来过来的会是3人，瞬间制裁掉了 Foreign， 后面盖了一个竞技场，但 Pop 就没有办法守护自己的伤，而且还要再杀一个 ，Pop 就交错闪现，但是有人在扛塔，后方的话连续拉扯，所以深红最后一滴血没倒，
雷兹要赶快。
trong một pha thi đấu thôi, hoàn toàn có thể khiến cho cái thể lính bị đảo chiều hoàn toàn không đường dưới, mất tốc biến nên Artemis rất bị làm chậm lại, dính thêm cú này tàn không nữa, nổ lò luyện hồn là rất đau, nhưng liệu Artemis có về được không này? Lá chắn đang chờ đợi một vài giây nữa để hồi kịp thời, cú này tàn khốc gồm full sát thương, tốc biến đi và không chết. Với một tình huống mà Phúc thành công, cú này tàn khốc chắc chắn là mắc đam rồi, lò luyện hồn nổ nữa solo kill à? Khả năng cao là solo kill đúng không? Solo kill thì mới replay, chắc chắn là như thế. Rồi, như vậy là quá ngon. Chúng ta đã tính tới câu chuyện là MVK có thể cân nhắc bỏ rồng trong bối cảnh là Kia đang cực kỳ khỏe. Liệu ấy, Ares không tốc biến, tạm biệt thôi. Solo kill rất nhẹ nhàng.
Sport họ đang hướng tới 6k tiền rồi, combo bóng quyền đắc la vào người đắc thà bị thiêu đốt. Anh ta bay 1/3 cái máu trên của mình nhưng nở hoa lao vào và được Kenia thành công và chủ lực bên kia bị đại địa chân. Artemis bắt được Kenia, Artemis on legendary. Người chơi đi đường bên kia lao vào cũng chỉ được sát tốc biến lao vào của chấm vào người của Ares thành công nhưng Ares anh ta có tốc biến, anh ta lui về, anh ta có quyền trở lại từ dưới nhưng anh ta đã phải nằm xuống. Keiko là người có màn shutdown nhưng bên này Artemis có triple kill rồi, Artemis sẽ có quadra kill và penta kill đâu rồi? Momo lao vào đang muốn gửi cho Artemis một cái penta kill dành cho Artemis và một lối chơi rất fair play của tân binh Momo.
Chắc là phản đấu sẽ kết thúc ở đây thôi. Tốc biến lên bò hút lạc chuột đến từ GAM cũng đại đi chấn được 2 người. Săn đuổi đã mở ra, phân chia tiếng cười đến từ cây nè. Bão sấm sét giật là rất đau. Các thành viên DFM họ bị giật điện tê người. Đâu đó GAM Artemis tiếp tục có mạng. Shutdown đã có dành cho các khui nhưng đó chỉ là mạng của Taki mà thôi. Combo kỳ kích lao vào hất cùng đối phương ngay trong bể đá cổ. GAM muốn farm tiếp mạng cho Artemis hay chăng? Lại là quadra kill, double penta dành cho Artemis. Đó sẽ là 2 pha penta kill. Chiến thắng dành cho GAM đây rồi. 1-0 dành cho GAM Esports. Nên tiền chênh lệch dành cho Kiaya. Bắt đầu lao ra đến từ DFM nhưng không ăn thua bởi vì làm gì có đam đâu. Móc mỏ nèo muốn đánh tiếp vào người rất là giật lui về. Siêu hồn giáng thể dùng ra đến từ Ares. Momo ở phía đường trên tinh cho các thành viên của bên phía GAM. Sinchus là người tiếp tục nằm xuống GAM. Móc mỏ nèo lao vào chỉ để tô điểm cho chiến thắng của GAM Esports mà thôi. Quadra kill, penta, thêm một penta kill dành cho Artemis.
一直被限制，
因为李欣真的 Q 进去的话，波比就只要把后排给吹走，那李欣只剩1个人哦。
哦，这边英流
来了，
哎呀，在塔下应该是在 shopping 啊，直接被留住了。
我感觉 MVK 教练的沟通没办法给到他们真的实质上的帮助。
One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good too.
现在有在录吗？
有啊。
那你可以关掉吗？我要讲敏感话题啊。
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Count up the blood and sweat and tears I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing I'm focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
Welcome to the fourth and final day of the LCP's first Super Week. I'm your host, Logan, and I'm joined by Carix. We will be proudly announcing tonight's games, and our first series, Carix, is a VCS derby. Why don't you tell us a little bit about these two teams?
Oh, don't set me off there, Logan. I don't think we have enough time for me to talk about GAM and Team Secret Wales as much as I really could. This is a matchup I've cast so many times. I've probably individually cast these two teams play each other in various incarnations more than 30 times. These are two of the most storied orgs that have gone back. Team Secret Wales has gone through a few different iterations, but it's always been the same sort of core behind the scenes. GAM, of course, are just legends of the VCS. And as you see on the screen, Team Secret Wales, Pun, Hizto, Dyer, Eddie, and BA. BA is someone I actually want to, like, zoom in on a little bit because he is a former GAM legend. He was on GAM for so long and was like one of their best players. When he left GAM, we were shocked. And he's landed himself on Team Secret Wales, and now he's bringing it to GAM to try and put Team Secret Wales on top of the LCP.
That actually sounds really awesome for tonight's VCS derby, because our first series is literally Team Secret Wales versus GAM. So there's going to be that sort of old blood team rivalry there. And an interesting fact about this is that currently they're both sitting at sort of a 70% win rate. This is a clash of the top of the table, Carrix. They're both equal second right now, looking to put themselves up and over the other, as we see GAM here with that refreshed, reinvigorated team lineup. Kiaya, the team captain, Drakthar, Ares, Artemis, and Taki. So BA and Taki will probably have a little bit of a beef down in that bot lane there, Carrix.
It was always so interesting when we used to talk about VCS supports. Once Taki got himself established, it did take him a split or two. We would say, oh, well, BA is like unquestionably first team support. And then someone would say, aside from Taki, of course. Oh, aside from Taki, of course. It just implied that those were the top two. They were always these kings of support. Taki, this unbelievably dynamic, inventive player. Silas support, Camille support, Sion support, bringing out all of these things at times where they were absolutely not meta. Those first two have never been meta. Just incredibly dynamic. While BA is much more like what you expect, but this is a matchup we need to focus on. Two of the newer bloods from Vietnam, and I say newer, these are not rookies by any means. Dyer taking on RS. What are you looking at in this matchup?
I'm really looking at their champ pools here, frankly. Obviously, Dyer has that Akali, Ahri, Ryze, whereas Ares has that Ryze, Ahri, Talia. So there's a little bit of difference even in their top three champs played. But that sort of inventiveness coming through there with the Galio as well. More cross-map play from Ares. Again, that KDA cannot be looked past, first in the league, but Dyer, not to be outdone, is hot on his heels with second in the league. It's a really strong performance coming out of both of these mid laners, and it's going to be hard to compare them. They are equal second for a reason here, Carrix. But another matchup that I'm really keen for is this top lane. I am such a fan of Kiaya, but Pun has been putting on a show so far this split.
Logan, I just want you to just like step off a little bit talking about being a fan of Kiaya, right? That's my thing. I am Kiaya's #1 fan. I've followed him through his entire career. I remember 2019, he was still a mid laner playing Kled mid at Worlds, losing to Splice. I remember that one. I wish I didn't. But anyway, this is a really, again, it's a dynamic matchup. You look at the champion pools, you're not seeing the tank. Cassante, absent. These players can play him, but they don't gravitate towards it. We really love seeing this aggression, seeing these top laners that can take that, be on that front foot, not be relegated to the island. And Kiaya has always been someone that wants to do that. He always links up with his jungler. He's played with Levy most of his career. He's now having to be that older brother figure within the team that Levy previously took the role of. And I'm so interested to see how Kiaya steps into those shoes.
Absolutely, but counter to that, on the opposite side, TSW have said that their starting lineup this evening will be Pun and not Hero, who, due to being substituted in and being able to beat DFM earlier this weekend, has a 100% win rate. I believe they're the only player that can currently flex that. So, will the 100% substitute win rate be able to take on GAM if he even gets onto the Rift? That remains to be seen, but we are definitely in for an excellent best of 3 series tonight between these equal second here in the LCP. I absolutely love it. Carrix, I'm so excited to hear and see your inputs as we go through these fights, and we're going to dive straight into it after the right fist bump.
Let's go VCS.
And welcome back to the LCP. This is the 4th day of our first Super Week, and we have a treat for you here in Series number 1. It is another VCS derby between top of the table, sort of equal second place teams here in GAM Esports and Team Secret Wales. Carrix, these games won't be slow, mate.
No, they will not. These are going to be pedal to the metal, all aggression, all the time. Pun and Kiaya in the top lane. Kiaya, the team captain for GAM, a righteous veteran of the region at this point. Pun, no slacker either. Two of the members that will be bringing everything to the fore. Of course, Histo and Drakthar linking up with the rest of their team. And it's our mid laners next, Logan.
I'm super excited to be able to announce their names as well here, Carrix, as we will have Dyer for TSW and Ares for GAM. They are putting their money on Ares here as that sort of international superstar to take them to those major events. And doesn't he have that aura about him as well? That GAM drip is chef's kiss on point. We do see Eddie and Artemis joining the fray as they walk onto the stage. These AD carries, the ones who are looking to put down the most damage. And to help them out, Carrix, we have the supports walking on stage now.
BA and Taki, two long-time VCS supports, have tried to steal him away. I would too, frankly. I would try and steal Taki. Imagine, if you could combine them, let them do the fusion dance. They'd be the best support the region had ever seen, as Warhorse and Null. Null, someone that is so much history in the VCS, was sort of one of the first superstar mid laners out of Vietnam. Obviously a long time ago now, but has a wealth of experience to bring to his team.
One of my favorite things that I do see in a lot of LoL esports environments is that these professional players who are around for quite some time transition into these coaching positions. They start out as that sort of strategic coach or that assistant coach before, if they prove themselves in those roles, stepping up to head coach. And it's nice that we still get to be able to remember them and recognize the legacy that they had back when they were professional players, Carrix.
Yeah, it is always interesting sort of thinking about you know, the role of the coach? Are they there to be super analytical? I think it's interesting because you've got teams of coaches. You've got people that can be really, really analytical. You've got the people that can really break down what we should be playing, how we should be playing it. But one thing I think is basically you can't recreate it is knowing what it's like to be under those lights, knowing what it's like to have the world's eyes on you. That is something that these coaches can bring to their players, and I think it's really, really valuable.
They definitely do understand that pressure, and from that perspective, they're able to communicate, I think, more effectively to their players. But we are jumping onto the Howling Abyss for this 2v2. For those of you who are not yet familiar with this is the way that sort of side selection is prioritized. The winner is able to choose, and those series bans, every single one of them cannot be played for the rest of the split for those teams. So you'll see Cho'Gath is gone from both sides, as well as Pantheon, but they also get some bans here in the individual 2v2 matchups, as we see Pun and Histo for Team Secret Wales and Drakthar and Kiaya for GAM. So this is a top jungle duo for both of them.
Yeah, and interesting, you see the top jungle duo and you immediately ban out 2 ADCs, though, I mean, looking at solo queue right now, Varus, I mean, maybe top laners are pretty good at him these days. Riot, please. I'm begging. We need to get him out of my lane. But anyway, Olaf and Udyr removed by GAM. GAM did play a very, very fast 2v2 the last time we saw them, sending out Artemis on Darius as a bit of a highlight. But the side selection can actually have quite a lot of impact here. I do think these teams have so much history against each other. They know exactly what each other wants to do, that the position in draft really does matter.
They definitely do know one another. They're in the same, they've come from the same region. These guys would have played with each other for many, many years and understand how they want to play and when they want to pull those triggers. But this is a 2v2. This is for fun. You can see them just joshing around, bantering, being like, hey, Bet, pick that LeBlanc, pick that Rengar into that Urgot Corki combo. These aren't top laners and junglers. What are these combos we're seeing here, Carrots? I'm loving the fun that these teams are bringing here for these 2v2s.
Yeah, look, it's a really good chance for players to have some fun, to de-stress and loosen up a little bit before they get into the very serious business here, because this is a really high-stakes series. I've been having a bit of fun with bringing up like the history of the VCS and all that. I'm going to continue to do that. No one can stop me. Don't cut my mic. But this is for top of the table. The winner of this series will just be top of the LCP after our first Super Week. And that is a really, really valuable place to be.
Really, really excellently noted and pointed out there, because DCG Relove, who is currently first in the standings, is there with 4 wins, 1 loss, but only +4 championship points. If GAM or Team Secret Wales wins this, they will be 4-1 and +5 points, which will put them on top of the standings, and that's where they will want to be, and that's where they will want to stay. I feel like in League, it's easy to defend.
I don't want to cloud on you, but you said if one of them wins, which I think is hilarious. The idea that this could go on forever. We could be trapped in VCS purgatory.
It's that 100 kill 60-minute game you've been talking about.
Oh, I want it so bad. As they go in onto Drakthar, that kitty is in trouble. Burned down. Kiaya on the run now, but stuck in a 2v1, and that is exactly how Team Secret Wales wants this one to start off.
Really great priority there from Team Secret Wales. I don't think Drakthar was expecting that sort of flash after the Ignite had gone out. I think with the sort of disengaged, Drakthar expected they wouldn't aggress. But yeah, Team Secret Wales just went in, got themselves that kill. They're going to try and take this recall as the wave is pushed up into their turret. Well played by Team Secret Wales here. And as you rightfully pointed out, I said if, I meant when either of these teams wins, because one absolutely will win and both want to be that winner. Both want to be on top and not left in the middle of the pack, struggling to climb atop the ladder of the LCP here in Split 1. They want to put their best foot forward and try and get to Brazil for that first stand tournament with the world's best Carracks.
Yeah, and every single time time you can go international, it is worth its weight in gold. These teams, sometimes you do see, I know I've seen plenty of BCS teams that have looked amazing domestically, then go international and they don't play their style, they falter. And it's not just about, oh, you meet better teams out of Korea, China, etc. It's also about being able to perform on the biggest stage, I should say. It's so difficult sometimes, and you only get 3 chances a year to go, and every single one of them is so valuable. As GAM are trying to fight back here, 1 kill down.
I like the comp that GAM have built for themselves just for the sheer shenanigans of it. They're both extremely sort of poke assassins. They just want to jump in, hit you, jump away. So it doesn't really offer TSW much of a chance to respond as they both recall to heal up as the wave pushes out. So I think this is actually a smart play, but GAM read it and they recall for themselves. The wave states, they're going to stay pretty neutral here.
I think what's scary here is you are actually going to give Rengar and LeBlanc a level 6. It's just not as much of a spike on the side of Team Secret Wales. Obviously, Urgot ult, very hard to play around. That 1 kill lead that Team Secret Wales has, I think is going to come in clutch, because I think we're looking at a very likely 1-for-2 trade.
I do like the anti-heal coming out of Urgot early as Kiaya goes in.
Moving in immediately. The ultimate hasn't come out. There it is. Drakthar does take one down, but has to find his way out. And there it is. That early kill comes in clutch, and Team Secret Wales will get themselves the first selection.
Second pick on the blue side, Carrix. That is interesting because most teams have been leaning towards that red side early and then going for that blue side later, but you can see just how much fun they were having with it, even if they lost. It's just a great time to put together those unusual comps, maybe practice some skills that you wouldn't normally get to. I mean, we saw Drakthar on Rengar, and Rengar is not exactly what you would call a meta jungler right now, Carrix. But speaking of meta, speaking of junglers and Drakthar, I have to see him on J4 again. He is a menace. He is a monster on Jarvan. Is there anyone that you want to see from Team Secret Wales kind of get their comfort champ, and what would that comfort champ be in your opinion?
Well, I think the interesting thing is that when we have these VCS derbies, as you've been outlining, the priority of Kai'Sa just shoots through the roof. Eddie it's his most played champion this split. Again, despite Kai'Sa not being super meta at the moment, she's still seeing play, of course, but she's not a first string ADC, but he's played her 4 times. And Artemis hasn't played Kai'Sa yet, but has always been a very strong Kai'Sa player. I think that champion is going to be very hotly contested, and it's going to be a really important one to keep your eye on, particularly as we go into Game 2 and Game 3 of Fearless. And I am calling that we're going to a Game 3.
Definitely, this is going to be a scrappy 2-1 as we go to draft, and I fully expect Kai'Sa to be banned away here. As you rightfully called out, Eddie has played Kai'Sa 4 times and has won 4 times on that Kai'Sa. So Team Secret Wales really able to empower that hyper-scaling AD pick that is so spicy and exciting. But before we get to Kai'Sa, let's have a look at the current bans coming in. We've got Malphite, completely expected. We've got Nico. Oh no, someone call a surprise in. Rumble and Nocturne. Nocturne is not gonna land on the Rift this BO3, Carrix. I'm calling it now. It's a BCS derby. Neither of these teams want to let the other one have it.
Yeah, it actually is interesting because I think Game 1 is the time where it can get through because there are just more first string junglers available. Like there is still that Jace that is available, has not been banned out by GAM, has not been banned out at all. So this could just get snapped up here for Drakthar. And if you told me I can have Nocturne or Jace, it's kind of would you like $1 or $2?
Please, sir, can I have some more? But Drakthar hasn't played Jace yet, as far as I'm aware, in the LCP. So maybe it's not a champ that he's overly comfortable on, as we do see GAM putting priority on that control mage Orianna, who made it through the bans, which is just spectacular. She's like the single most banned champion in the LCP, and GAM snap her up as we see TSW grab Yunara, and there's that J4 that I wanted for Drakthar. So here's probably getting that read.
I think this is actually like a really awesome display of like the dance of draft, and both coaches sort of, you know, sending mind bullets across the stage, because Jace was the obvious jungler that was still available. We were talking about it, but GAM doesn't first pick it. They pick the Orianna, which really incentivizes the Jarvan. Jarvan sort of known as that jungle counter to Orianna. Histo picks that, and then they counter with the counter engage of the Wukong. So the Jace is just going to go ignored for this game, and I think it's really interesting how that happens. And the Ryze is going to be the counter pick. They don't go the Azir here.
As always, I do like the Ryze. Whoever is able to pick up the Ryze for themselves, depending on the priority they want to get, just has that play-making ability. They're able to move around the Rift that much faster, able to set up those plays, able to respond to the plays so much quicker than their opponents. So GAM are sort of already going to be on the back foot with this draft, getting to the fights, unless they pull the trigger, but then Team Secret Whales can respond. We see GAM here. They've got Orianna, they've got Wukong who can deliver the ball, they've got Corki who doesn't want to, but can deliver that ball, just Valkyrie over the top. But the other bans are now going towards the supports, Taki and Beer. We've got Nami and we have Lulu, which, as you've pointed out, is typically a soft ban towards other combos, but we do know Lulu works well with Yunara, that sort of extra shielding, slowing down the opponents. I like these bans on the support so far, because that Nami tidal wave can also prevent you running forward.
Yeah, I like these bans, as you said. I think the Nami, don't have to soft ban out the Lucian here. Of course, you've already picked up the Corki, but still just something that stops the counter engage, stops Ryze can't play around Nami wave very well. If you sort of know where he's running in from after the Realm Warp, you send the wave across it, you buy yourself a second or two to react to the Realm Warp. As Renekton banned down as well, kind of tells me Ambessa is being thought about here for Kiaya, but there is a risk of Pun just snapping that up.
If they read it well, I would absolutely expect that. As Poppy is also banned away by TSW, they really don't want that Poppy's steadfast presence, that Keeper's verdict to mess with their game plans. But if anything, Poppy almost feels like it would have had good value into GAM with that Wukong clone and the Valkyrie from Corki there. We do see Alistar snapped up for Team Secret Whales on that bot side, providing some defensive value, being able to provide disengage and allow that Yunara to get some distance. And as you so rightfully called, Kiaya is going to go with that Ambessa, and Rakan picked up for Taki in the bot side.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. Rounding out GAM's composition, this is a very, I say this with all love in my heart, I think this is really positive. It's really obvious what their comp wants to do. It is again, they're going to solo someone out. They're going to use either Ambessa or Wukong to carry the ball in, land a big shockwave, follow it up with a Rakan W, with the rockets thumping in from the Corki. I think GAM makes a lot of sense. On the side of Team Secret Whales, it also does make sense. You've got the Jarvan to go in. You've got Ryze to bring the Volibear to bear. Alistair as a good bit of pick engage, but I do think it's a little bit more confused in my mind. The tier list would say Wales is favored, but I think the identity of the team is very strong in GAM.
I do want to point out, as you touched on briefly there, Pun on the Volibear. I am still traumatized from when we saw Pun on that Volibear earlier this weekend. Absolutely stomping DFM, frontlining, healing, preventing so much damage landing on the team. Now, obviously, GAM are a different caliber, but I'm wondering if Pun can pull this off again as we get ready to jump onto the Rift for the VCS Derby, tonight's best of 3 series, Carrix. I'm excited as we jump onto the Rift.
And there's no need for me to say that I'm excited. I feel like a younger man looking at GAM and Team Secret Wales. I could like feel the years coming off me back to my better days as Drakthar and Histo start as they mean to continue, giving themselves a bit of a whack around, something we always love to see, and it continues across the lanes. This is exactly what I want to see. Early trading, early fights, and early activations from the junglers, both starting on the top side.
Unfortunately, as explosive as the VCS might be, they're not going to be able to top that kill that happened in last night's game on the bot side, where before we were even on the Rift, that Karma had died. So they've got to step it up here. This isn't exciting enough. This isn't explosive enough, Carrix.
Very true, but of course we don't want kills to happen before we can see them. That they were just being polite, as both mid laners already down to about half health. Going over to you, though, where do we, if we take the sort of VCS are always fighting out of the question for a moment, as hard as that can be, where do we think this will really start? Where do we think these junglers are going to first activate?
Definitely bot side. They've both started their jungling in the top side. So then they're going to path bot. They're going to get their scuttles. They're going to recall, come back out onto the Rift, reinvigorated as the choice word that you used earlier. We do see an engage in here on the bot though.
Yeah, this is a pretty big engagement here. Both supports getting chunked low, heals being burned. This is something we see fairly often these days, sort of a recognition that by the time the junglers are going to come to bot lane, the heals will be back available. So it's really, really important to jostle for lane positioning.
Look at Pun already proxying on Kiaya. Like, Pun has just absolutely slammed this volley bear with all the confidence in the world into Kiaya, into an Ambessa, and is already playing it so confidently, so comfortably. I really think, you know, TSW are going to run this top side if GAM doesn't send a little bit of help to Kiaya.
It's an interesting theory because Volibear is always going to have lane prio. He's always going to be able to push the wave. Just that's what the passive allows. That's what his high base stats allow. So, and there is sort of two schools of thought. Do you send someone up there to help? There's a good read there by Histo. Has Drakthar burning his flash, traded for BAs, but you take that every day of the week.
I mean, a support flash for a jungle flash, I absolutely know which flash I would rather have. And that's well played. The good prediction there from Histo, as you say, the flag and drag ahead of Drakthar just to get a little bit more damage down. But Drakthar is very slightly ahead in that CS at this 3.5 minute mark. I'm almost surprised that this hasn't been more explosive, that a kill hasn't occurred yet. We are getting those little skirmishes here and there, the classic unsealed spellbooks on supports, but Pun's going in on Kiaya here.
Yeah, it's just gonna be that extended trade, and as I was saying, Volibear is gonna rule the roost here. Kiaya will do his best to try and fight back. He has kept the CS even, should be able to. The one thing that Pun can't do is he can't freeze the wave. Your Volibear, you're pushing. There's nothing you can really do about it as Kiaya finds his way out. Ambessa obviously has so many dashes, can always find their way out. But Kiaya needs to be very careful he doesn't get flashed on.
I think Pun could just all in Kiaya and get a quick kill here. Kiaya would have to have instant reflexes to flash away because that volley's scary. You get that sky splitter and you get that stun, you'll be able to deliver the damage before you can get away. And Kiaya, I think, understands that, respects that, and is taking a recall to refresh and come back out to lane to stand up to Pun's Volibear here. But so far, I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of Pun. It's the same Volibear that we saw earlier as we see a bot side.
Artemis is in a lot of trouble here. He's already burnt the flash and he's going to go down. It was an excellent angle there from BA. And first blood will be secured pre 5 minutes, as is tradition.
Gotta love it. Gotta love the VCS. They never disappoint. Oh, good flash from Dyer to respect that shockwave coming out of Ares. Ares having eked out that level lead and throws the ult down immediately.
Gets Dyer super low, flashes forward. He trades his life for the kill.
Worth. It's for our entertainment. It's 2-1 now. TSW do find themselves up 2-1 at the moment in this early game. Not overly big of an advantage, but it is nice to have that sort of mental edge to be like, yeah, we're kind of ahead of you. As we do jump back to this replay. Okay, so Taki gets a little bit of poke on Eddie, but Eddie goes, BA's engage. BA's engage is everything here. Gets the flash. Eddie responds in kind. Taki just unable to do anything to protect here. Ares steps up, forcing that flash out of Dyer and the ghost. So then Dyer kind of keeps chipping away. They're both low on mana, and Ares just smells blood in the water. He's like, nah, you're not getting away with that.
But we come back immediately to a brawl in the bottom river. His toe's gone low, but no one there to actually finish him off. Artemis in trouble, Valkyrieing away. Eris and Dyer fighting on the other side as Artemis gets healed up. Needs to try and find this damage onto his toe. Can't do it. And the whales are on the hunt. That is a big fed cow as he picks up a 2 for himself.
That is not ideal, getting 2 kills on your Alistar support. There's not much that an Alistar can do with that gold, as we see Pun just chipping away at this top side turret. But that felt like a really disjointed fight down there around that dragon pit. I did notice a lot of pings were coming down before that sort of bot side, mid side fight broke out. And obviously that gave TSW the priority, the confidence to move into the dragon pit, and GAM responded.
Yeah, we've got another fight down here on the bot side. Ignite does go down, so they're going to try and extend this one, but a good head, by the way, from BA will put that play to bed.
I do like the aggression coming out of GAM there. As we go back to this dragon pit, TSW are here first, and we do see GAM in the area in numbers. There's 4 of them, but TSW work really well to just zone Artemis away and out. And TSW's his toe, while low, was not scared to go back in, knowing he had the numbers advantage in that very, very broken fight. Well played there by TSW. It just felt a little disjointed out of GAM. They wanted to disengage that fight while the fight was kind of undisengageable. They were still in the midst of it, Carrix.
BA has to flash away from the shockwave. I actually really like this. I think BA knows what's going to happen there. He walks up, he kind of knows he's going to get shockwaved. He knows he's going to have to flash it. But something I was going to set up, I didn't actually get a chance to do it because of the fights, was with Dyer burning his flash to the first shockwave, it means that he can't flash the second one. You bring in the Wukong and you almost have a guaranteed kill on the Rise, because what can Rise do? If a Wukong E's onto him with the ball on his head, shockwaved, he kind of just dies. But with BA absorbing that second shockwave, Dyer, his flash will come back up before that's relevant, and now he won't die to that combo.
I really like the forethought in that play there as we go to top side and they're trading back and forth as top sides are want to do. But the forethought coming out of TSW there to burn Ares's ultimate on that Orianna to protect Dyer. Dyer can still move forward, can play aggressively, and has a 10 CS lead at the moment. So really strengthening their hand, really strengthening their position as Pun, with that top side priority, walks down to the grubs, throws a couple of wards down just to give his team vision, and allows Drakthar or his toe to sort of play around that, because they also are pinging down on the grubs. I think GAM suspect something is up and they want to check them out for themselves.
It's a lot of power indexed here for Team Secret Wales as BA has just found his way into the backside. There is no hope for Artemis. As do you think Team Secret Wales might have watched that triple pentakill lineup? Do you think they might have?
Yeah. I think they watch the VODs and they know, all right, we need to keep Artemis down, because Artemis is already 0-3 right now as we go to a skirmish on the mid side, and Drakthar is contesting these grubs with Pun in the area. GAM, they've shown they've made their moves, and TSW are just going to walk away, I suspect, and trade objectives. TSW get themselves the first Drake, and GAM get themselves the full set of grubs. As we go back to this TP, it's a deep TP. It's an excellent flank. Yeah, Carrix, this flank, absolutely fantastic. Gets the vision down. GAM has no idea this is happening. Hex flash forward, catches Artemis.
Yeah, this is a really, really clever play here by BA. I've said before that first teleport out of the Unsealed Spellbook is so often used for a grubs play. You can go with your ADC, push out the bot lane, then the support teleports up to grubs and you can overload that side. But instead, BA just goes, okay, whatever, we're just going to give up the grubs. We don't really care. We'll get a dragon, we'll get a kill. Excellent stuff from this veteran of the VCS.
Just such a smart flank play, the confidence to move forward. Probably even suspected there wasn't that much vision.
Execution has to come out. Kiaya is in so much trouble, has to flash away, but can't get far enough as Pun gives him a bit of an emote, tells him what he thinks of him.
Yeah, I saw that emote at the end there and I was like, oh, did Pun just a little bit of BM there on Kiaya? Up 20 CS, dives him under his own turret, gets the flash, obviously spends his own flash to sort of close out that kill, but whew, that was nasty from Pun onto Kiaya there.
They're going to move in onto his turret. Taki has to dance his way out of this. Drakthar just trying to make space as BA now joining the play. The ball positioned well by RS to disengage the play.
Carrix, that was a 3v2 and GAM were left running. They had the numbers advantage in that fight. I'm worried for GAM right here, right now. Yes, I know it's... Oh.
Well, this is where the numbers advantage is a bit more real as Artemis is just having the worst time. GAM is going to try and have a collapse here as the Rakan ultimate is used. They go immediately onto BA. A big shutdown claim for Drakthar, but Aris is getting soloed out by Eddie on the other side, and GAM are collapsing. Team Secret Wales has their number, the barrier for safety. Aris lives!
So close. Eddie had Ares' number the moment that command shockwave went down. Eddie just jumped Ares, zoned him away from the rest of the fight as TSW just mopped up the remnants of GAM. We were just saying, Carrix, before this fight broke out, as those role quests are starting to be completed, that TSW are driving so much pressure down on the GAM. It feels like GAM hasn't got a response to this. Artemis, the AD, the triple penta hero, is so far behind. I don't know how he's getting back in this game. Just beautiful engage there by BA, tanking up that turret, allowing no other member of TSW to take the damage. GAM desperate to try and get something back here, and BA is able to tank up the world, and his toe just sees the opportunity to get another kill. It almost feels like GAM should have just run away from this one, Carrix. It's devastating to watch right now.
It's not great to watch, particularly for an Artemis fan, which I always have been. It makes me a little bit sad as he is 0-4 and they know that they just need to target him over and over and over again, just constantly put resources into him. The one thing to keep in mind, and this is, you know, maybe I'm getting the copium tank out and putting on the mask, Artemis isn't behind so much as everyone else is ahead, as Kiaya, in trouble, does manage to dance his way away, but has to be so careful about that volley bear ult. Artemis has completed his first item. He's equal with Eddie on that front. When he's dying, he's not losing massive amounts of CS, as Kiaya are actually getting a lovely trade there onto Pun.
Pun walking forward with confidence, taking a lot of turret shots as well there, though. Artemis is ahead in CS over Eddie. Granted, he's able to keep that gold lead from ballooning out of control. But TSW in every other lane has that CS advantage. Only 2 of their team members have died as we see topside again.
Pun doesn't pull the trigger. He does now. Public execution can't save you as the bear bites his executioner's head off.
Just Pun is styling on Kiaya up here.
Drakthar is here,
in these
but there's a Dire walking down, has the Realm Warp, threatening that. Pun will take the tower. a teleport being burned. GAM has to make this play work now. They've committed so much. They go in immediately. Eddie soloed out of the fight. Can Ares find a shockwave? He does. Onto 2. His toe finding distance. Drakthar going low, spinning, but Eddie cleans him up. And no, it's all gone wrong as the Rise arrived in time. Dire throwing those overloads, and my word, Team Secret Wales have put their boot down on the necks of GAM. A quadra kill. The realm has been warped.
Dire on Rise is proving to be an absolute menace. He's everywhere he needs to be when he needs to be there. That's the power of this Rise. It's that cross-map pressure. It's no fight will ever be fair for you as Team Secret Wales convert this monstrous team fight win into their second Drake of this game. GAM wanted this fight here as well. They thought they had an angle as we see the TP come in on the bot side. Taki, unfortunately, able to connect with 1 initially and then the 2. And Ares on the bot here. They get the damage down. Drakthar dying early, trying to tank everything up. But Pun TP's in late to secure the job. And Ares is left alone to fight against 4-5 of TSW. They just had that numbers advantage, Carrix.
Kiaya having to flash away from a ghosting Dire. BA bearing down on him. Oh God, sneezing, sorry. As maybe I'm choking that as bad as hard as GAM are at the moment as Ares is cleaned up by the volley bear.
I do like that the TSW are driving their pressure home. Wow, I butchered that. I love that TSW are driving home their advantage.
We both had a shock at that.
They're butchering Kiai in this top side. Pun sees Taki coming on that vision. Doesn't see Drakthar though, so it is going to be a 3v1. We're going to see how tanky Pun is.
He is very, very tanky. Both sides of the Cyclone use. They have the ADC coming in, but Eddie coming in from the other side, and they can't even kill Pun. No, they do get that shutdown. Can they make their way out? Drakthar will run. Kiaya has arrived as well. This is actually a decent turnaround here from GAM, but there's no public execution to get onto Eddie. They'll have to settle themselves for the big stakes of B.
Frankly, so well played there by TSW. Pun lived forever. He was basically immortal. It took GAM far too long to kill Pun, which allowed Eddie and BA to get there and put some pressure back down. They tried to get onto Eddie, but BA was just blocking them like the most defensive frontliner you've ever seen. And Eddie was able to escape. As we go back, Pun just flashing forward in front of Ares as well. No possible escape. Pun handily solo boloing this Ares. And then GAM respond. They're like, we can't let you get away with that for nothing. Pun sees Taki coming in on the vision. And it's a 3v1. But Pun lives forever, Carrix. It's actually kind of wild to see. Artemis comes down to just finally apply the damage. And TSW's Eddie and BA, they try and get something done, but they're unable to. So BA goes down for nothing here, but does really well to keep GAM off of Eddie, preventing Eddie dying in this sort of late collapse that didn't need to happen from TSW there.
I think one thing that's interesting to keep in mind is that we did almost see what GAM's comp is meant to do here. They're so far behind that it's going to be almost impossible to execute it with any consistency. But had there been a public execution, they would get onto Eddie there, and then they would really snowball that fight. That's what this composition's meant to do. They need to bring Kiaya into these plays. They need to be fighting as 5. But when you're this far behind, that's so impossible to do. When Dire is a 7-1 Rise, how do you stop him in the side lane?
You ban him before he gets onto the Rift, Carrix. That's how you stop these rises. We were talking about it last night. I think we've talked about it almost every night, that the playmaking ability, the unfairness of the fights, because Rise is able to realm warp not only himself, but also potentially the team, as Kiaya gets a cheeky little recall interrupt there off on Pun. It just feels so difficult as Dire is 7-1 and 30 plus CS over his counterpart. 3,500 of that 8,500 gold lead is just on Dire alone. credit to Artemis, he has been able to keep that sort of CS, that gold lead equal with Eddie here, as Eddie has 2.5 completed items to Artemis's very nearly 2. It's almost transformed there, Carrix.
Once that does flip, Artemis will be able to put, like, the damage numbers, I don't think are necessarily what's going to matter. It's how they're actually going to be able to do it. Because Eddie wants to stand at the back of the fight. He can't, like, find himself in the middle of GAM. GAM is still able to kill an ADC that's out of position. But if he stands at the back, he hits what? Drakthar, who's coming towards him, Kiaya coming towards him. You're reasonably happy hitting those targets. You'll kill them within 6 or 7 auto attacks. Artemis is hitting Pun and Histo and BA. They're not dying.
Yeah, Pun has really positioned himself very, very well as that tanky volley bear, but still being able to do those exceptional amounts of damage. He fearlessly, confidently just 1v1 the mid laner of GAM, as we do see TSW take the 3rd Drake of the game. They currently have a Mountain Cloud and Hextech Drake, so they are on Soul Point. This means GAM has got about 4.5 minutes to farm up, complete as many items as they possibly can, as those second ones are looking to start coming through, before what feels like an inevitable team fight to try and prevent TSW securing that soul. But because they are on that soul point, TSW more than likely would be happy to go over and grab that Baron if they don't get it before that and force GAM into them for that fight. We do see a fight for vision control just coming through on these jungles. We know, Carrix, that vision is so important to prevent any sort of inventive flanking coming through.
And inventive flanking is exactly what GAM has to find. It has to be Kiaya finding a miracle public execution onto Eddie, onto Dyer, because I think realistically, if Dyer survives the first 5 seconds of the fight, that's already too much damage. Even if he does get comboed down, after the first few rounds of overloads, there's just not much you can do. As Baron is started up, GAM know this is happening. They throw that blue ward down just to confirm their suspicions. But Team Secret Wales can just constantly path back into that over and over again.
Especially if Pun's able to secure a 4v5 advantage, just soloing one of GAM out. But GAM don't realize they're on a ward here.
GAM are just going to immediately jump in. Artemis explodes. Team Secret Wales comes on the other side. That is why we use sweepers when we're sitting in bushes, as the shockwave does find 2, but does not do enough damage. And this may well just be the end of the game.
I'm genuinely surprised they're not marching on... well, I mean, I'm genuinely surprised they're not marching on that inhibitor turret and inhib. I feel like they could have secured that and then gone back to Baron, but maybe it's a time differential. I don't think they had enough time to do it. So they're going to get that Baron for themselves, take that recall, pocket that extra gold, and then head back out onto the Rift, getting that priority on the waves, getting that vision down, and they're going to start sieging GAM's base. They only have one tier 2 turret left, and that's on the bot side, Carrix. As we go to this, GAM think they're doing something sneaky, but TSW, they knew all along.
Yeah, this was just the seeing the blood in the water. Team Secret Wales could see them on the bush, knew exactly what the plan was. RS desperately tries to clear the wave. Doesn't manage to do it. There were no minions left. That maybe saved the inhib, but frankly, getting the Baron was probably what they wanted regardless. And here's something terrifying. This is the battle for first. This is not Team Secret Wales beating up on a lower ranked team. This is our, with taking into account games played, essentially first and second place team.
They're definitely strong. There's a reason they're both second on the ladder, but it doesn't look like equal teams right now, Carrix. Your point is definitely clear and well made there. It looks like TSW is playing a much lower ranked game right now. And if I were GAM, I'd be posting on socials saying, don't worry, it's a content game.
Yeah, it's a happy game, It's a normal Summoner's Rift experience to bring that one back. As Team Secret Wales will just keep going. Unfortunately, this is just going to keep happening. There is nothing that GAM can do at this point. They are so unbelievably far behind. They can really only watch as they get farmed and their base gets destroyed.
Pun went in under the turret and chased away, I believe it was 3 members of GAM, and kept chasing to buy all of that safety for the rest of his team, and then turns around and walked out. Artemis even died in that exchange there. So I don't know. I don't see how GAM can get themselves back into this one at this point, Carix, as we see TSW Dire just running Drakthar down in mid with all the confidence, and dead before I can finish my sentence.
I think that is going to become a regular thing as Dire picks up his 11th kill. Just padding the stats at this point, really. Pun charges forward on to Artemis, the public execution to try and stop him, but I think the only public execution we're watching is of GAM as the quadra kill will be secured. Dire wishes that Taki wasn't on a jungle vacation right now. If they get a realm warp over, no, never mind, that was a hex gate. But it's Dire here. He wants his penta. He picks it up. That is going to be a penta kill for Dire.
And what a team to do it against as well. Artemis gets that triple penta, and now TSW turn around and say, we can get a penta against you, no worries. Team Secret Wales, Carix, take game 1 of this best of 3 series in the VCS Derby in a convincing manner. That just looks so uncharacteristic of GAM. I'm hoping they're able to turn it around, Carix.
I have watched GAM throw enough game 1s. I've seen so many times where GAM will get trashed in a game 1 and I'll go, oh, is this it? Is someone finally unseating them? No, they were just having fun. They're going to come back in game 2 and game 3. This series is by no means over.
Agreed. But let's talk about Dire on that rise. Had that playmaking ability, had that movement around the map, got himself ahead early and then never let up, ending with a penta kill. It's not often you see a Rise get it, but my goodness, did Dire earn it here in this game, running GAM down at every possible opportunity, turning every fight in favor of Team Secret Wales, Carix, and the damage meters tell the tale.
They really do. It was constant fighting up onto the top side. We see Pun was so accelerated, completely unstoppable in this fight. Kiaya really not able to do anything on this Ambessa. I was worried when the Ambessa got through without the Renekton counterpick. It turns out there's 2 counterpicks. Ambessa not dealing very well with big animal people, it seems. That seems, maybe that's just the answer. It was also Hizto just finding engage after engage. They just didn't really seem to have an answer to this Jarvan.
Hizto's stats don't tell the whole story. I think Hizto ended at 1-0-15, 1-0-16. Hizto was so involved in every single fight. Even if in some fights all he did was soak damage, it was damage that just was not going down on Dire. It was damage that was not going down on Eddie. And I think that was a job well done. The aggression out of Eddie was fantastic. BA secured so many excellent engages, setting up his team in that early game. I really did like that bot side of TSW, even if compared to sort of Pun and Dire, they were a little more quiet. They did their job better in this case than GAM and were able to eke out those leads and not be the weak side, as it was constant fighting here, Carix.
That's what we do expect out of the VCS Derby. It is constant aggression, constant fighting. But this time it was not back and forth. This was not 8 rounds in the boxing ring. This was like 20 minutes outside the pub.
Yeah, and that reminder as well that Dire not only got 1 penta, but he also got a quadra. So really getting those kills on the Rift, really cementing his place as one of the stronger, if not the strongest, mid laner here in the LCP. This is what happens when you enable a player like He just ran Drakthar down, soloed him out, and then aggressively moves forward on the Ares. Dyer knows he's got the damage. He had that actualizer in hand, so was absolutely blasting. No one could outrun him. No one could outdamage him. And TSW played around him and protected him so well, Carrix.
That they did, and the question becomes, what do we change in Game 2 for GAM? The Rise is obviously going to take care of itself, but now Orianna removed as well. Azir still available. What are we thinking for Dyer? And more importantly, what are we thinking for GAM to stop Dyer?
I want to see GAM enabled. I want to see them equipped with the playmaking tools, with that mobility. So far, it feels like the meta here in this LCP is emerging as, if there's a global, get that global and pull the trigger as soon as you can. That Talia Weaver's Wall proving so impactful. Even that Nocturne ultimate when it comes through. We cannot forget the likes of Pantheon either. If you can turn a fight into an unfair advantage like SHG did last night, they fought unfair fights and they won them and they drove that advantage home. I think if GAM can get those tools in hand, they can do the same back to TSW, Carrix.
I think they certainly can, but the execution is going to have to really come in. We need to see more out of Kiaya. He was handled, like just completely handled by Pun. He had no impact in the game. We really didn't see anything out of Taki either. We saw or in the walkout, they were trying to steal Taki over to their team. Maybe they succeeded, but in Game 2, I'm sure they'll prove us wrong.
You are right, they did have some quiet games there on the side of GAM from Kiaya and Taki, but we'll give them a chance in Game 2 when we come back from this break of the VCS Derby. Stay tuned.
Hiện tại là LCP bên ở thời điểm hiện tại thì đã thay đổi cũng như là củng cố rất là nhiều thành viên khác nhau đến từ rất là nhiều chỗ khác nhau, nên là rất là khó đánh giá mọi người, và người rất lớn nhất thì có lẽ là CFO. Hiện tại thì chưa thi đấu cũng như là chưa có làm quen gọi là bắt lửa nhiều nên là cũng rất là khó đánh giá. Với việc qua GAM và mình không làm đội trưởng nữa thì mình cảm thấy khá là thoải mái và nhẹ nhõm. Như cá nhân mình phải giữ những thứ mình đã làm trước kia khi mà làm đội trưởng để mình còn được làm đội trưởng cho chính bản thân của mình. Mình thấy là anh huấn luyện viên mới rất là vui tính và vui vẻ với lại nhiệt huyết trong công việc. Ban đầu thì tụi mình rất là khó khăn trong khoảng giao tiếp, nhưng mà dần dần thì tụi mình cũng đã tìm hướng giải quyết để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn. Nên là bây giờ cho tới hiện tại thì bọn mình đã rất dễ dàng để làm việc với nhau. Mình muốn nói với Taki với mình rằng là đã rời đi thì hãy chìm trong thất bại, người ở lại thì luôn có chiến thắng.
まあ、新しく加入したケインだったりだとか、シトラスたくさんコールする選手なので、そういったコールが、それぞれで噛み合っていけばもうどんどん強いチームになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。
そうだな、なんか久しぶりに会ったアリアはすごい冷たい選手のように見えたんですけど、全然そんなことはなくて、僕が体調悪い時にはエビ体調大丈夫って心配してくれたり変わってませんでした。他的打法应该比较偏向支援队友的类型，而我是在线上自己做压制。会有啊，想起很多的回忆啊，就也希望他可以跟我一起进步吧。只是说非常期待啊，希望你真的会付出。没有到那么好，感觉我们的默契还需要配合一阵子，然后沟通的方面也要加强。
我觉得我们算是一个新的队伍嘛，因为其实我们像是 Shadow、汹涌跟2骑士加入，那我们目前也是在处理一些沟通上的问题，然后也很努力在教汹涌一些简单的中文。大家可以期待一下我们的沟通就比去年更烂了。
队伍状况的话，目前可能还处于比较不安定的状况。对粉丝说的话就谢谢你们支持，然后我们会努力的。CFO，因为我们这一队都是跟 CFO 有一些渊源嘛，就是可能是淘汰掉了或者就是不被选上的这样。我是不被选上的。
I can see I'm a part of it.
And welcome back to tonight's VCS derby between TSW and GAM. We just had a very, very one-sided game one where TSW ran the rift, Dire securing a quadra and a penta in the face of Artemis, the triple pentakiller. Now we go to game two. Carrick's GAM have a tall order ahead of themselves, and like we discussed before the break, I'm hoping they can equip themselves with those playmaking tools, but I put it to you as well, my friend. What do you think we need to see out of GAM here to bounce back in this game two?
Sorry, apparently I was muted there, my bad. I feel like I just woke up from this horrible dream where the game one already happened and it was a one-sided stomp. That doesn't make sense. It was just a horrible nightmare. This is game one, and this is going to be an equal banger. It's going to be back and forth, right?
Definitely, definitely. And I'd like to see GAM get up, if for no other reason than to take us to a game three, as we do see GAM go second pick and red side here, putting that familiar value that we do keep talking about onto that strategic decision. You hand over the first pick to your opponents, but you pick up second and third for yourself, getting priority in at least one lane, potentially even two, depending on how that first pick comes down. I want to see GAM go for Pantheon or Talia, or if it's not banned away, try and get that Nocturne for them. But we're not going to have to wait much longer, Carricks, as we go to draft. We do love this very familiar camera angle. Rumble banned away. No chance of a Rumble Cassante topside, and I'm here for it. I want to see something different, Carricks.
Completely agree. Rumble can stay on the ban list as far as I'm concerned, that champion. If I never see him again, it'll be too soon. The Ezreal ban away as well signals to me that they're going to push Eddie's champion pool. Corki and Yunara obviously removed through Fearless. Varus taken as well. Interesting to see how that goes, because the Kai'Sa still exists, and I don't think Kai'Sa is bannable.
You absolutely took the words right out of my mouth there. I was going to say, if they want to push Eddie's pool, they're going to need to ban that Kai'Sa away as well. But you also followed that up with saying, I don't think Kai'Sa is bannable, because I think both of these teams would be fairly happy to have that Kai'Sa in their hands. So next is a blue side ban, followed by GAM, giving that, as we already know, blue side first pick over to Team Secret Whales. So they're calculating this ban as it is going to be that Malphite that we have come to know and expect. By far and away the second most banned champion on this rift here in LCP Split 1. And we called it the Nocturne. It's a VCS derby. It's not going to make that rift.
GAM clearly having to think about this last ban. There are a lot left. Jace is the thought. Pantheon will be what's taken away. So there's an interesting dynamic here, because Jace is screaming at me, but Azir is sort of the last of the top string mid laners still left here that Aris could secure, and then Dire has to figure out what he wants to play into that as the Jace is secured.
TSW getting themselves this very punishing sort of long-range bombardment jungler, I think puts them in a strong position already. Jace has had so much impact on this rift. It's actually kind of wild. And in the hands of his toe has had a 100% win rate so far. But we're also looking to see GAM, they look to pick up that Aurora in that top side. They want to let Kiaya be in a position to bully Pun. They don't want Pun obviously not being on the volley again, but they don't want Pun being able to overrun and take over that top side and keep Kiaya down. Kiaya can be that playmaking top laner that GAM just might need to take this game two from TSW, Carricks, and Vi. Locked in. All right, we love to see it.
That does make a lot of sense. I think if you're going to read that Eddie wants to go towards Kai'Sa, which I think is a good read, they are harboring it at the moment, would not be surprised to see that locked in. It is. Vi, always pretty good into the Kai'Sa, can diffuse those engages. The Aurora as well does maintain some flexibility. That is probably going to Kiaya in the top lane. He's a champion he really enjoys. We typically see it top, but does allow you to have some flexibility in the back half of the draft as the Misfortune as well brought in for Artemis.
I mean, you pick the Vi, you naturally have so much scope and room to be able to pick the MF. There's not that guaranteed engage so clearly, so quickly, so obviously. And I think they're going to be able to build that composition. I would suspect that a Rel should be coming through. But if TSW get the read, they might be able to ban that away to prevent that oppressive combination of MF Rel in that bot side. I do like the pick of Galio for Dire in the mid lane, being able to get that global, semi-global sort of pressure down, be able to provide that shielding and fight disruption should GAM be able to dive onto and find Eddie in that backline on Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa herself, though, is no easy champion to lock down, but a Nautilus banned away by Team Secret Wales, and GAM also ban away that monstrous Poppy that 2274 has been known to pilot so well, Carrix.
Makes a lot of sense. Poppy is super good into the MF, into the Aurora, and into the Vi. So just take that one out. Leona as well. Don't want the Solar Flare just being dumped on top of Artemis whenever he starts the bullet time. The one thing here is that how does Artemis even now play around just Galio Kai'Sa? That's so difficult to not end up caught, to not end up with that taunt on your head. As soon as that lands, the Kai'Sa flies in next to you and just does more burst damage.
I feel like Artemis is going to have to play from a fair way away at the start of the team fights, wait for that Galio taunt to go off that first time, wait for that hero's entrance, but unfortunately, I think that might even be too much waiting, as we do see the Nico locked in here, that Tangle Barb, Pop Blossom combination, bringing a lot of CC to bear, probably allowing Artemis enough time to get that bullet time down across the team of TSW. I did kind of like the hover that TSW put before us, before slamming in their own Rel, who I have thought GAM would have wanted, but clearly showing that Nico is just that much stronger here in the LCP for split one. And do I see it? Do I say it? That is a Renekton hovered for pun in that top side. I'm hoping we see a crikey crocodile here, and there it is, Carrix.
I think this makes a lot of sense. There is still that flexibility. See, right here, there was an expectation of that Aurora going top. They didn't know. And now with the Nah hover, I think we can say that will be a mid lane Aurora. Kiaya being able to pick whatever he wants into this Renekton, Nah, always a good option. Just able to stay at range most of the time. Hold things back. Just try and scale, survive the Renekton, and then be more useful as the game goes. I think so far GAM have walked away with a really good draft here. The theory makes sense, the logic makes sense. It's just going to be down to, can you protect Artemis? Because Artemis doesn't really have the tools to protect himself.
And we know that Team Secret Wales have identified Artemis. Artemis not necessarily being the weak point. Artemis, in fact, probably being the strong point. And if they can gang up and bully Artemis into obsolescence, they can run away with it exactly like they did in Game 1, Carrix. It was devastation. I believe at one point Artemis was down 0-4 and just couldn't find a way back into that game. As we do see the draft screen disappear, they are locked and loaded, and the coaches are walking off the stage before we jump onto Rift for Game 2. Carrix, both drafts looking pretty solid, but GAM, they're on the back foot.
GAM do have to play it perfectly. They don't have any more safety net down. 0-1 in the BCS Derby. Team Secret Wales have to be riding high after a dominating Game 1. And this is something with Artemis that I sort of want to just dwell on for a little bit, because even back in the day when he was on Cerberus back in the VCS, he was never this really explosive ADC, and I don't mean that he didn't put up good numbers, because he did. He was the best ADC in the league, basically inarguably, but he wasn't the one that was picking things like the Kai'Sa, like sometimes we'd even see Samiras and stuff out of Eddie, where they could play on their own, set up their own plays and protect themselves. That was never Artemis's style. He still played the Kai'Sa, of course, but not in the same way as the others. He's always relied on his team to make him look good and really play the peel, play the setup, and we need to see GAM nailing that.
And if GAM don't nail that, Artemis could potentially fall behind, because we are seeing Eddie be that AD carry in the truest sense of the word, able to win those 1v1s, those 2v2s, and accelerate himself over his opponents. We do have, as you would expect in these games, a little bit of early poke. They're feeling one another out. You would expect GAM to have the early advantage here. They are a double-ranged bot side, but that is a rel, and the crashdown comes through.
Yeah, heal used there by Taki to avoid the CC of the crashdown does let GAM win this early trade, get that early, very slight priority. Should be able to use those love taps, use the double ups when they come in to just push this wave in. They get the level 2, and GAM will be fairly happy early on.
And speaking of happy early on, Ares is probably going to be happy with this matchup in the middle as well. It's yet another ranged into Malay matchup. Aurora absolutely known for that triple skill combo, monstering the health bars of anyone who gets hit by all of it. And this just looks like a fantastic little duel. A crocodile into whatever a Meganar is Meganar, I feel like it's like a crocodile as well.
He's a dinosaur. He was frozen in the ice for however many thousand years. I can't remember quite what the lore on that is. But yeah, he's a prehistoric yordle. That counts. That's kind of a crocodile.
I was going to say, crocodiles are dinosaurs too, so it's exactly. Dinosaur v dinosaur on the top side here.
Ooh, V8 goes forward. The flashes are traded, but you're happy to get an MF burning hers early.
Always, like that happened in game 1, it was a support for jungle, and this time around it's a support for an AD. Artemis playing respectfully, cautiously, really not wanting to get locked down. It's his toe with the emote, being like, ooh, are you going to contest? But Drakthar...
BA could be in a little bit of trouble here, but no flash to finish him off. Taki will have to be the one to do it. First blood is secured. They turn back around onto Eddie, who's desperately trying to find the damage, but can the minion do it? No, Triumph comes through. It's a GAM double kill in the bot lane, and that is the exact shot of confidence they needed. Oh, did Histo get both crabs? Oh, no, thank God it was fine. No.
Yeah, I thought Histo won the Scuttle Crab War, though, getting the top and bottom, but Drakthar able to smite that bot side Scuttle Crab away and win that little mental edge over Histo. Just going, nuh-uh, no double Scuttle for you. I love the top side. I get so baited every time because they look to trade. They trade like 20% of their health bar, but we cut to bot side where they're fighting again.
I think this is the replay. Thank God.
Oh,
I understand the confusion. They could totally be fighting again, but this is the replay. As we saw Taki flashing forward to secure first blood, and then it was just Eddie desperately trying to find the damage, and he does get very, very close.
I really thought that minion was going to
it was raising its hammer as Drakthar taunted up, but his toe revealing his presence will mean GAM does not keep chasing.
Carrix, I'm going to throw you a curveball. Do you have a favorite emote? Because I don't think I've seen as many emotes being thrown down as I have here in this TSW game.
The best emote is Braum W, because it plays a little laugh sound. So whenever the jungler fails a gank, you give them the Braum W. It's the best one.
Yeah, right. I didn't... Yeah, okay. I'm going to equip that on my emote bar ASAP. I've got, like, pretty standard generic ones. I got, like, the thumbs up one. As his toes accelerated shock blast actually hits the chickens and not Draptar. So
Eris
interesting
zoning out here. The health is fairly in favor, but oh no, Eris way too aggressive here. Steps up, flashing over the wall, but just gets cleaned up. That's a brain fade from Eris.
That one felt real weird. Obviously, having to flash over the wall the wrong way as well. At least at the very, minimum, they forced that flash out of his toe to chase and get that kill. But yeah, that one almost felt like it was for free out of Ares there.
That was best not to be dwelled on, I think, as just a very, very silly play there from Ares. The flash was never going to help. Shouldn't have been there in the first place, but we can move on. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you have brain fades. As BA is getting bullied. This is how the bot lane is meant to go in GAM's playbook.
Yeah, Artemis and Taki just aggressing on Eddie and BA in that bot side, even under turret. And if you take a quick look at the CS on that bot side, Artemis has eked out a 25 CS lead, but
they need to be so careful. Kiai's about to go Mega. If he goes Mega, he turns this. They're just going to stop chasing. I think Kiai could have played this a little bit more aggressively with where the Narbar was at, but just chooses to play it super safe, just walk away, absorb that aggression from his turn.
Well played, definitely avoiding that. As we go back to this jungle skirmish, Ares steps up just to poke Dyer out. The flash taunt. That
and a lovely Justice punch as well.
Absolutely. Great little knock up. His toe missing the shock blast, forced to flash. But I mean, that was all TSW as we see another gank potentially
comes Traktha bringing in that Vi ultimate. Eddie in a lot of trouble. They'll tank up the tower and the guns will fire. Shock and awe brought to the bot lane.
This is the GAM that I'm used to. This is the GAM that I'm happy to see back on the Rift. This is what TSW looked like in Game 1, and I'm hoping both teams are able to bring this aggression, this proactivity, as Taki cheekily walks forward into 2.
Cheekily is one word for it, maybe a little bit sillily, as a bullet time is trying to desperately cover his escape. Taki does flash away, and maybe it was cheeky. It was all a bait. Artemis flashing forward, double up, double kill.
Oh my God, Carrix, Taki's a genius. I'm gonna call it right here, right now. He knew all along.
And Dyer as well. I mean, that alcove is a death sentence against Misfortune. You do not want to be trying to run out of there with a bullet time flying over you.
I really thought Taki was going to die here. Like, so what is this? BA's here. Pun walks around the edge. I think it's unfortunate timing that Taki walks up and gets this ward. Taki is so lucky to get away as the ultimate from Artemis fantastically positioned, 100% value on both of them, and just turns it around and gets a tidy double for himself, as well as the flash of BA. Just so much value handed over to Artemis, the bot laner of GAM, in that exchange. But TSW secure themselves the grubs on that top side as they get that priority due to their rotation as well.
It was good stuff there by TSW to get that, get those grubs against the tide. They recognize that all of the attention, all of the power for GAM has been in the bot lane. They rotate Punt down there, and even though he dies on the first rotate, he does just come back. Is able to keep Artemis there. They know that the power is good enough for them for the grub take. Someone else that's worth talking about is RS. Had a brain fade early, but is still able to play this lane bully, play super far ahead as Aurora. What is the comeback mechanism here for Team Secret Wales?
Frankly, it's going to be team fighting. I mean, in a 1v1, I don't see Galio beating an Aurora, but in a team fight, that Galio is going to have so much value when he's able to taunt 2 or 3 of them and prevent them from damaging the rest of his team. When he's able to Hero's Entrance, shield his teammate, and knock up the enemies, it's going to come down to these team fights, in my opinion, Carrix, as we just see that Galio can't walk up to this Aurora, but is doing, really well to CS.
Doing his absolute best for sure, but the power of the Aurora does mean Drakthar can kind of just walk in here. He's got Taki behind him, steals away some chickens, and we'll just queue away the heist complete.
I do love seeing jungle on jungle aggression, like jungle invasions, and it being answered by the other jungler and the team. As we see a little action in that mid side, Ara is forced to go between worlds there as well. I'll be interested to see what forced that, because it didn't even look like Dire was overly close. Tangle Barbs buffered nicely from BA. A small level advantage for the bot side of GAM, and just continue to trade. Artemis is nearly 40 CS up over Eddie. This is so uncharacteristic for Eddie here, Carrix.
It's definitely not what we expect to see, but we kind of didn't expect to see Artemis in game one, so it's just two uncharacteristic performances from the ADCs that we see, and it's the power of investing resources into the bot lane. Of course, the first kills were just in the 2v2, not what we expect to see at all, but since then it has been movement down there. It's been Drakthar coming in with the ultimate to clean Eddie up for that second time. Drakthar spotted in the mid lane, just uses that Q to get away as we're overloading these waves, just trying to jockey for position 30 seconds before Dragon.
Unfortunately, his toe is also missing a lot of these accelerated shock blasts. GAM are moving around. I think they've seen it enough times. They've watched enough VODs. They understand that this Jace could be anywhere at any time. So it is... Oh, we see an engaged bot side.
Taki's in trouble. They're calling everything down. The Magnet Storm, the hero's entrance. Now Artemis tried to step up to save his support, but he's going to pay for it with his life. Huge misstep by the bot lane of GAM.
It did cost TSW a lot of resources. It was 3 ults. It was a flash out of Dire as well, but it pays dividends. In exchange, they got the ult of Taki. They were able to get the barrier and kill from Artemis, and obviously the kill on Taki as well. I would say that was well worth to get their AD back in the game and to slow Artemis down just that little bit. GAM, however, they respond by going for this second Drake to get that Drake stacking started. This will be an infernal if they're able to secure it, because it doesn't look like, there it is, it does not look like TSW are even in the area. Taki just cheekily poking BA here. They're fighting over vision.
This is silly.
And Dire has a great flank angle, Carrix, yeah. Ooh,
just going very aggressive there, Taki. Really looking to find some cheesy little angles. Taki dying, I think, is actually kind of fine. He goes for a play, it doesn't work out, but Artemis just needed to abandon him. A bit of save your friend syndrome coming in. But as we come back to live, Pun wasn't saved.
That's exactly what I wanted to say as well. It's something that you need to recognize when a fight is unsalvageable and walk away from it. And I really do think that Artemis, I know you want to save your teammate, but should not have walked back in on that one. It gave too much over. I think there was a 634 gold shutdown that went over to Eddie, and Dire got a shutdown onto Taki as well. Really kind of leveling that gold out, bringing them the mid laner and bot laner back into it from the side of TSW. I mean, Artemis does still have a 1.2k gold lead, but it has chipped away at the overall. As we see skirmishing in the mid lane, we have a minute and a half before the Rift Herald is up, and then another 3.5 for that third Drake of the game. Kiaya still having a quiet game in the top side, but I think that's perfectly fine right now, Carrix. He's just being that safe, stable top that GAM, they're able to depend on him.
100% they don't need, as Pun has been caught out by Ares going into stealth with that E. Pun on the run. I don't know if he'll be able to get away. It'll be Ares claiming that one. A lovely little use of priority, as Kiaya knew something was coming, knew that it was possible, was playing super far back. And they'll probably lose the tower here, or at least a lot of the health on it, but they don't lose their lives.
Well played by GAM there to get that bot side gank and then to recognize it's still happening.
They're going in again, and just standing a little bit too far forward there, Kiaya. Didn't expect such an explosive play from the Whales.
I don't know how you could have expected it. There was 3 from Team Secret Whales in that top side. Kiaya was playing that respectfully enough, saw the turret start to go down and thought he could walk back up. Definitely did not expect a 4th member of TSW to be committed to that topside gank. Unfortunately, though, they did only get the 1 kill on Kiaya. So tops traded, turrets on both top and bot side traded. A relatively even trade all around, despite how exciting that moment got, Carrix, as we do see junglers just jockeying for vision control, maybe looking for that gank as Eddie is stepping up. There's a couple of GAM around, but I don't think it's going to amount to anything here.
Probably not. Artemis just taking a bit of poke there, as his toe won't be able to do anything more once he finds Taki. It is just vision control, it is just priority around this Rift Herald. As we sort of crest this 15-minute mark, we're at 2k gold lead for GAM. We're at Artemis looking very strong, but what's your read on the situation and how do these teams play it out?
This is definitely not as one-sided as it was in Game 1. We need to see Drakthar remaining proactive on this Vi. Obviously, getting that gank on the bot as we see BA come down here to help Pun.
Yeah, Kiaya coming out of Meganar as well. Has to flash away. Well done there. Just BA moving down, sees the timing, sees where the Narbar was at, knew he could burn Kiaya's flash.
And this is what I'm talking about. TSW still haven't lost any of that energy where they are grouping up, they are roaming, they're proactively overloading the lanes before GAM can even react. And this is how GAM started this game. They got together, they were ganking as 3v1 or 4v2, and suddenly it feels like they've stopped that. Drakthar is just stuck in the jungle, not going anywhere, not doing anything else. He has a Vi. He needs to be out there initiating these fights near Artemis, letting Artemis get a full ult down and getting these kills, stacking an advantage, earning more gold in the pocket of his AD. I really feel like they need those coach comms to come in and be like, remember who you are. You're GAM. Get them, you know?
Well, it's interesting because I actually think the coach comp should be kind of saying the opposite. I think that's the role of the coach in GAM, is not to tell them to go, it's to tell them to think about it, because the players will go on their own. That's just their natural state. It's on the coach to pull the leash a little bit. But I do want to see those coach comps, because I do think this is a really hard part of the game, is transitioning lane leads into game leads, into stacking up these objectives. But GAM are on 2 dragons. They're starting a 3rd. If Artemis can get here safely, I don't know if Team Secret Whales can do anything except go for a steal. And I think they're just going to have to give this one up. That is sole point for GAM.
Really great priority out of GAM on these Drakes to secure themselves that sole point. It is a Chemtech Drake as well. They have a healthy mix of Drakes actually secured so far. We have seen that Team Secret Whales has used all 3 of their coach comms already for this game 2 here. So they have no more communication out of their coach for this transition into the late game soon. However, GAM, I think they still have their coach comms available. I can't say I recall seeing that camera pop up. So that could really help them win this late game, turn this early game advantage they've secured for themselves into that win condition. And speaking of win conditions, they're obviously going to want to get this Dragon Soul when it comes online. They have a healthy amount of time between the Baron spawn and that sort of Soul Dragon. So I'm wondering if they're going to put that top side priority here, get those waves down, maybe try and crash that top tier 1 turret Carrix, as Artemis is forced to defend the mid.
Happily doing it though, as he does just continue to farm up, building that lead over his counterpart in Eddie. About 1,000 gold ahead there. Not really manifesting in an item lead at the moment. It's just 2 items to 2 items, but any way they can expand that rift will be good. One thing that it might... I don't have the exact gold count, so it's hard to make a really strong call, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see if by the time of that next dragon in 3.5 minutes, Artemis might be half an item ahead, and that half might be going from a full to a half completed item to a full completed item.
It definitely is an important power spike to get that sort of 3 item completion over that 2.5. That buy giving so much value, as we see Drakthar cheekily in that bush there, BA walking by, hoping for a gank, sees no opportunity and just walks into the jungle to clear out that vision. The Baron is up in 20 seconds, and we are jockeying for vision control here. His toe just throwing out those accelerated shock blasts. He is now 2 fully completed lethality items, so those shock blasts will start to hurt now. As we see a bit, yep, Scuttle Crab going down, vision towards TSW, and the Q poke from Kaiser missing as well. I think TSW, they've got the poke, but they just need to land it, Carrix. I haven't seen too much. Ooh, deep TP.
Yeah, this is going to be a big play here on to Kiaya, but the risk here is that if they don't kill him quickly, a Baron could be threatened by GAM as Kiaya uses that hop, uses the bounce. BA there to receive him. They will clean him up, but the rest of GAM now in range. Drakthar needs to find a way out as they won't be able to. Drakthar just kind of sacrificed.
Yeah.
I feel like we could have just threatened Baron.
Definitely. They could have pulled the trigger on that. It still would have been a 4v5. They might have had enough time to burn it down there. But instead, Kiaya goes down, Drakthar goes down, GAM find themselves in a 3v5 with no jungler. They're not going to be able to, I want to say, contest this Baron, Carrix, but Artemis is going to do his best.
Bullet time is a thing. But it's going down low. Here's the Pop Blossom. Here's the bullet time. Doesn't do enough damage. Taki's just going to fall. Baron now secured on all 5 members. And the game has swung directly back to even.
That taunt coming out of Dire immediately as that bullet time went down as well, kind of nullifying the maximum amount of damage it was able to do. I feel like GAM had to do something, but it was just too much of an ask in this case. As we go back to this bot side where it all started, Pun aggressing onto Kiaya, Kiaya not seeing Dire TP, Eddie comes zooming in, and BA just waiting in response, knew where Kiaya was coming from. The hero's entrance as Drakthar here is caught out. A really good play from Team Secret Whales. They grouped up effectively and just sheer numbers advantage forced their way in on GAM and then grabbed the Baron, and they've begun their siege.
The siege is kind of relentless as well. This is such a massive swing. But look at the gold chart. That's not a roller coaster. If you tried to ride that roller coaster, you'd die.
It's quite the fall off, as we do see the gold is pretty much even right now. TSW have definitely fought their way back into this game, securing themselves that Scuttle Crab, that vision control over what was probably going to be GAM's Dragon Soul. But now they're not in any position to contest. They do have wave priority in the top and mid, but
Drakthar trying to find something. They're going in onto BA. The Galio ult used, but BA's already gone down. Can they keep Artemis safe? He's at the back of the fight. Aris needs to ping. They actually didn't play that well at all, as Eddie will clean him up. Dragon, 4,500 as it resets. 4v4. Artemis still alive. Drakthar taking a shock blast for his trouble. Oh, this is on a nice edge here, Logan. This one could go either way. GAM don't need to fight this. They could back off, but they never ever will. There's the Pop Blossom onto 4. The bullet time goes across, doing so much damage as Artemis cleans house. Triple kill for him, and GAM, you can't doubt them. They win the fight. They secure the soul.
Taki's Pop Blossom coming in clutch, preventing Team Secret Whales being able to get onto Artemis, and Artemis just throws that bullet time down across the whole team. It did so much damage, Carrix. Great flash taunt from Dire. Excellent response from Taki. That was an instant Pop Blossom back out. And yes, TSW were able to get 1 or 2 more in the end there, but they could not get through the overwhelming amount of damage that 2.5 item misfortune was able to bring to bear. They lost their Baron buff. They weren't able to prevent the Dragon Soul. I feel like GAM, they said, you know what? We still have this in the bag, and turn that fight around, and they're right back in this game. The gold graph, I know it's only 1.5, but it is back in GAM's favor.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and the 1.5k doesn't reflect the fact that they have that Chemtech Soul, a buff for the rest of the game. GAM in a fantastic position. Artemis grew his individual lead as well. One thing to point out was when he flashed away after getting taunted, he landed in an unwarded brush, made it so difficult for Team Secret Wales to interface with, and it was just so hype. Look at the damage chart.
You add up the damage of his toe and Eddie, and you just match Artemis alone. Phenomenal amounts of damage as Team Secret Wales are looking to get a pick and then probably win a team fight here. It's just going to be a contest for vision control in GAM's bot side jungle, and GAM know it. They are here in numbers. Maybe if they can get a catch, if they can get a pick, they can turn it around, but they're just going to let BA walk away. They know TSW are here. It's a 5v5 ready to explode here, Carrix.
There's nothing to fight for here. They don't need to pull the trigger on this one, as they do just go in onto his toe. But Drakthar is on the wrong side of the fight. The bullet time once again ripping forward, but does get cancelled. Drakthar able to find the distance. They'll clean his toe up, but look at the engage back onto them. They took a fight they didn't need to take. Artemis doesn't have flash, and it's playing tennis as we throw to throw to throw.
I have to say, I really disliked that Drakthar engaged there at all. There was a really smart little interaction. Drakthar was able to smite his toe, breaking that Edge of Night spell shield, allowing his ult to land. That was a good play. But the rest of it, my gosh, I feel like Drakthar saw blood in the water and was unable to contain himself. This engage, he's so deep. GAM is nowhere near him. He has to flash away. Artemis pops that ult, is immediately interrupted by Dire's Galio, and then the counter
He actually wasn't
engage
interrupted, he cancelled it himself. He was scared of Dire and cancelled the ult.
Yes, absolutely, apologies. He did. He just cancelled it to run away, and the re-engage from Team Secret Wales was just too strong. It was overwhelming. They had the numbers advantage, and now Team Secret Wales find themselves up 1,500 gold as well. And Baron just spawned.
Baron has just spawned. Artemis still very, very strong. If he can find a layered bullet time, he is going to do more damage than anyone else. And Baron Pit is a good way to do that. His flash just about coming back up. That's why I hated that fight. Just before Drakthar went in, I was going to say, there's nothing to fight over for a few minutes. You don't have to do anything while Artemis's flash is down, because that is what enables this champion. If he can't flash away from the engage, he is so, so vulnerable.
Yeah, GAM are jockeying for priority here in these lanes, and TSW know it. The Elder is on the Rift in about a minute and a half too. As you say, Artemis does have that flash now, has those 3 items completed with that 5% execute to really strong position, especially being 6-2. Artemis is definitely the threat on the Rift, so Team Secret Wales will do everything they can to get on top of him and shut him down in the next team fight. So he's going to have to play this one really, really well. He's also getting his barrier back up, but by the same token, where GAM didn't have to pull that trigger and engage, TSW won that fight, and they had nothing to get out of it either. It was just, oh, we won the fight. There was no objectives. They weren't able to get too much priority. So ultimately, it was a net nothing from that perspective beyond the fact GAM handed gold. Puns might be caught here.
Pun is very caught here. It has to use the Dominus, just trying to buy time for Team Secret Wales to do anything, but goes down regardless. It's only half of Drakthar's health bar really paid in exchange. One thing that will be important here is Dire has snuck into the Raptor pit. They have no idea that he's here. Aris will spot him now, so that does diffuse that threat. Can they collapse onto him? Kiaya does not have the Narbar built up, can't get him into the wall. He's actually tired at the moment, so can't even really build it. They will just harass him out of the jungle.
Yeah, GAM need to be really careful here. Obviously, Team Secret Wales, Dyer here being really tanky, is able to live for long enough to see Team Secret Wales collapse. If you watch the mini-map, 3 of them were racing to get there to prevent the death of their mid laner, but ultimately it led to nothing. They just got out of position a little bit, recalled, healed up, bought some items, and now the Baron and Elder are on the Rift, and we know Elder wins team fights, and that is how they're going to win this game. If I was GAM, I'd be prioritizing this Elder, and they are pinging it down. They are going, we need vision. We need to contest this Elder. If we win that fight, we win the game. TSW, they're going to try and prevent that. They're trying to get this wave priority shoved in the mid, but we see Kiaya there is ready to answer. Sorry, Ares is ready to answer.
I think this is really good here by Team Secret Wales being first in the river, first to get the vision set up around this Elder is really strong, constantly making GAM play to the beat of their drum. Despite GAM winning the last fight, is exactly what we want to see. GAM still have the Soul Drakthar moving in. They want to go on Dyer, attack the Global, but it's a lovely Magnet Storm on the backside. Dyer goes down, but Artemis might not be able to find his way out. He can't, goes down, and that is so much damage immediately removed here from GAM. RS being chased out of this one as well. They can't get onto Eddie. RS has fallen, and GAM are collapsing, Logan. This is Team Secret Wales absolutely resplendent as they win out this fight. An Elder can be their prize. A game may well follow.
I really think that they're going to convert this into the Elder. They are pinging it down. Team Secret Wales just chasing Taki away now. I'd be surprised if Taki is allowed to live, quite frankly. Pun on that Renekton. Will be able to finish him. As Team Secret Wales... They don't. Just prevent the recall. Team Secret Wales have started up this Elder. We do see Eddie and his toe in the area. I do think they'll be capable. Oh, juked by the clone. There it is.
Taki does get away. It doesn't really matter. Elder secured. And now Team Secret Wales are so far ahead. They are in the driver's seat.
Drakthar, flash forward, engage onto Dyer. Dyer is not the target you want to be locking down here. And then the immediate response from from BA with that Rel Magnet Storm to instantly shut down that Misfortune ult across the top. They targeted Artemis instantly. So hard, and that's exactly what we thought they would do. With that damage removed, with that ult gone, I don't think GAM were ever going to win that fight, but it's one that Drakthar wanted, and aggressively Team Secret Wales, they get themselves the team fight, they get themselves the Elder, and now, Carrix, they've also got the Baron. They've got 2 timers in their bars.
And the timers may as well count down to the end of the game. I don't know what GAM does here. We're seeing the weakness of the Misfortune pick. We haven't really talked about it because it was working in lane. It worked in that big team fight around the Soul. But as soon as Artemis gets tagged by anything, if BA finds any CC onto Artemis, whether it be the crash down, the Magnet Storm, or the Q, it immediately is going to have a Galio joining. It's going to have Eddie flying in, and there's just too many angles of attack. Artemis can't deal with it, and even though he is strong, he's a 4-item MF, it's just not enough to fight your way out of an entire enemy team.
A good Bullet Storm will get them 1, but immediately TSW getting 1 back, Carrix.
Exactly, and this is what we can say. He can collapse one side of the fight. Whichever side Artemis chooses to hit will fall. There's not a huge amount they can do about that, but the rest will survive, and the rest are the problem. As we're seeing, Team Secret Wales want to remind everyone that Vietnam have new kings, as Team Secret Wales take a dominant 2-0 over GAM.
Really, really well played by Team Secret Wales there. 2-0ing GAM. I have to say that is so unexpected. And now Team Secret Wales will be the #1 team in the LCP coming out of our very first Super Week. what a performance from all of them. They all had excellent moments. Pun in that top side, his toe in the jungle was everywhere he needed to be. Dyer was that strong mid laner. Eddie, a bit of a quiet job, but still good enough. He was able to match Artemis for the most part, be involved in those fights, and BA's Rel, Magnet Storm, engages. I think without those, the fights would have gone a very, very different way. I would dare say he should be up for player of the match.
I think player of the match is really hard to pick here. There's about, let's be real, there are 5 candidates that I think make total sense, and it's every single member of Team Secret Wales. I think they all had their massive pop-off moments. I think they all had moments that when they took over the game, really brought it in. Eddie there, you see the damage graph keeping up with Artemis. Artemis able to get the numbers super high with the AoE of that bullet time, but it was in the end, it was the decisive damage out of Eddie, able to jump onto the backline, deal the damage where it really counted.
Speaking of damage where it counted, his toe with the accelerated shock blast was raining fire on them in the team fights before going in and slamming that hammer down. Really well done there to keep up that pressure. As we go back to some of these highlights, it just shows how enthusiastic Drakthar was in a lot of the fights, getting these engages, but unfortunately, more often than not, he left himself too far away from the rest of GAM, and it was ultimately a 4v5 in a couple of these fights, and it left. And here we see the player of the match going over to Dyer, who in that game 1 was an absolute superstar. And in game 2, on that Galio, I do want to say frontlined really well, getting those taunts down to disrupt whatever GAM wanted to do. Very high value heroes entrances, shielding his teammate, disrupting GAM time and time again. There wasn't many opportunities for Artemis to actually get a good, effective ult down, Carrix, like you said.
No, Artemis was just having to play in complete fear of Dyer. And that's ignoring the sort of the, we don't even need to talk about game 1 necessarily. He was just unstoppable on the rise. Just a demon on the Rift, bearing down on GAM, cleaning them up, making it impossible for GAM to ever fight a fair fight. There was always a Realm Warp bringing the team in. Dyer, a very, very well-deserved player of the match.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, and don't check me on this, but I'm pretty sure every single flash that Dyer used was an aggressive flash forward into a taunt to lock down as many members of GAM as he could to put the rest of his team in the position to win those fights. And it was crazy. Early game, GAM looked good. Early game, I think GAM were up something like 1-7, but TSW just had that fortitude, just had that stability to stick around and persevere. They turned it around in that mid game and then really drove it home in the late. As we see Dyer here, that hero's entrance into the taunt, saving his team time and time again, keeping Artemis around, forcing the flashes, even though Artemis here is able to get it back, still made them work for it, still made them spend a lot more resources than they probably would have wanted to do.
It is difficult to really quantify how much the Galio does, given the lack of actual, you can't just point to his damage numbers like you could in game 1. In game 1, you point at the damage graph and you say, yeah, I wonder who was the best player. It's really easy, but game 2, it's a little bit harder to see. It is the constant follow-up, just always being in range. Anytime any CC landed onto Artemis, there was an immediate Galio ult. It was followed up every single time.
Which speaks to the synergy that Team Secret Wales brought to bear on this Rift as well. We may be talking about Dyer the most, but I really do think every member of Team Secret Wales earned this victory tonight. His toe being able to buffer people away as well, keep them out of the fights, get that initial poke down early, make GAM play a little more cautiously so TSW could aggress. BA on that rel frontlining as well. getting those critical exhausts down, those magnet storms to just lock down GAM was phenomenal there. And as you say, Eddie kept up with Artemis in those damage meters, was able to rain Hellfire down. But our VCS derby is done. Our Series 1 is done as we go to Series 2 tonight, Carricks. We have the LJL's Detonation Focus Me up against GZ of the PCS, the honorary team from Osh, Carricks.
And it's an exciting one. Detonation Focus Me still looking to get their first win on the board. It's not been a super easy start to the split for them, and we do want to see them finally get it working. Momo, Citrus, Keen, Kakun, and Gang. We have seen bright spots though. It can always be a little bit hard to talk about teams that haven't picked up a win yet, but they're not just getting smashed every game. This isn't a team that clearly doesn't belong. They do belong. They can hang. They just need things to go a little bit better for them. And maybe tonight's where it happens, Logan.
Yeah, so tonight's matchup from DFM, who are currently 8th on the table, as you said, winless, is into Ground Zero Gaming, who find themselves only one position above DFM in 7th. Both teams have shown moments. They have shown sparks, and obviously Ground Zero has won a game, but I do think this is going to be close. I do think this is going to be a hotly contested best of threes, and I dare say it's going to go the distance. We're going to see a full 3 games, and I mean, frankly, just as a fan of League of Legends, I hope it does. We've got Izhang in that top side, Husha in the jungle, Jimian in the mid, Shun as the AD carry for GZ, and Orca on that bot side. I really do think that they're starting to synergize, and we could see them end the split in a little bit of a higher position here, Carricks.
It's very possible we could, but because Ground Zero Gaming, I think, have looked fantastic. I really just... It's interesting you say see them ending in a higher position. I just think they're one of the top teams. Really, they're a little bit behind the curve at the moment. They've had a few of the hard matchups already played, and they've gone reasonably well in them. I think this is kind of just a 3rd, 4th place caliber team. They're sitting lower at the moment, but I think they'll get up there.
I love that you pointed out the strength of schedule. I was actually paying quite a bit of attention to that in weeks 1 and 2, and it was brutal for some of these teams who are lower on the ladder. Their first matchups were into the likes of GAM and CFO and MVK, who in those first couple of weeks, they found themselves towards the pointy end. But now that strength of schedule has sort of dissipated and we find ourselves more playing games a lot more often into every other team, I think we'll see them emerge from that sort of lower end of the ladder. I'm excited tonight, especially because they are the honorary Osh team of GZ. I hope they get up, but I love an underdog story, Carricks. I really want DFM to get their first win here tonight.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things, it's talked about often. It's hard to go winless in a split. It really is. You will find wins. Games will go your way. Underdogs do win in VCS, LCP, and in League of Legends. Is what I was trying to say was League of Legends, and my brain corrected that to VCS because they're one and the same to me. But in the LCP, these underdogs do find wins. League has the mechanisms there, and I do think DFM could find it. I think Ground Zero Gaming are not immortal in this matchup, but it would be a big win for an underdog.
Definitely, and I would love to see Momo step up on that top side, but you'll have to wait and see the results of tonight's best of 3 series between DFM and GZ, because we're going to get to it right after this break. We're made for this, so don't go anywhere.
Like a phoenix from the flames.
This is the blueprint. I lay it out like a map for you, no cap for you. Better take notes, this facts for you, real rap for you. Catch me in action, seatbelt fast. And can you imagine, tell of a dragon? You'll never get it or get anywhere without all of the passion. Put in the work, multiply that, straight from the dirt, straight out the mud. Catching a buzz now, this a high with no come down. Tune in for the rundown, yeah.
Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. If you want to work, then come find me. Come find me. Come find me. This might be the moment to blow up and take my throne. Chills down, all down my spine, feel it through my bones. Moment to blow up and take my throne.
And that is an absolute banger of an intro as we come back for the LCP's Super Week Day 4 Series 2 here tonight, Carrix. We have DFM versus Ground Zero Gaming. I'm excited. We were just treated to a good series, but this one I reckon's going to be even better.
I certainly hope it will be. I thought we were in for 3 games from the VCS Derby, but it didn't quite get there. Team Secret Wales was a little bit too solid on the day. Ground Zero Gaming against Detonation Focus Me certainly has the potential. A win for Detonation Focus Me would be so exciting as the players hit the stage.
In the top side, we have Momo versus Yi Zhang. Momo has put up a decent performance, unfortunately got a little bit bullied earlier this weekend, whereas Yi Zhang more likely the bullier on that Ambessa, as we've seen Citrus and Husha in the jungle for their respective teams. Husha and Jimin, when they link up, can be a force to be reckoned with. Citrus, no slouch in the jungle himself though, Carrix.
Absolutely not. And in the mid lane, Keen and Jimmy. Jimmy and someone we have had to keep our eyes glued to. A superstar so far on the Rift. Need to continue that today. Keen very much ready to receive him. The bot lane, Kakun and Shun. Shun, again, someone I have to just shout out earlier this week, putting on some incredible performances.
I definitely like Shun when he's on that Yunara, just absolute pops off. Kakun, though, loves a good corky, but the supports, Gang of DFM and Orca of GZ, these guys are the ones who make it happen for their ADs. If you didn't have your supports, I don't know, ADs would be nearly irrelevant, dare I say, Carrix, just to stoke the pot a little. But the coaches, Paz and Skywalk, I love that they get their own moment. I love that we get to know who they are. These are the strategic minds, the strategic brains behind a lot of what these teams end up doing, Carrix.
It's an exciting one for sure. I agree with you. I love that the coaches get to have a bit of personality too. We do get to put names to faces, names to drafts. Speaking of which, we aren't going to be far away. So before we go into, of course, we have our 2v2 first, but before we talk about that, in the real draft, what are you sort of looking at? What do you think needs to get isolated out?
You keep saying isolation. I want to say we need the globals to be able to isolate the enemy's lane. I almost feel like it's so obvious. I almost feel like it's the ticket to win is these globals. We saw it last game with Dire on Galio, just able to use that semi-global to great effect to disrupt the enemy team. We saw it on Dire's Rise, being able to TP that team around with the Realm Warp, being able to turn the numbers advantage over quick smart. We see it in the bans as well. Pantheon rarely allowed to get through, and it's just got to be that unfair fighting, that overwhelming pressure in one of those lanes, Carrix. That's how these teams are winning.
I think that is a good read here. It is just overloading lanes, really isolating, calling out rotations and finding the macro, but focusing on our 2v2 for those of you who maybe aren't aware, in the LCP we play 2v2s for that first choice. The winner of the 2v2 will be able to pick if they want to take blue or red side, or they'll be able to pick if they want first or second pick. The other team will of course then be able to pick the other one. Always a really interesting call where we go on this one as Momo, Kakun, Orca and Jibian are going to head to the Howling Abyss.
And I hope they have fun because that's what happens on this Howling Abyss, right? We see people who just absolutely dive in the first 5 seconds, or we see people who want to slow play it, obviously kind of similar to what you see on the Rift, but it's compartmentalized, it's more compact, and dare I say, it's potentially even more explosive because there's less voices on the mics. There's only 2 people here. They go, pull the trigger, yes, and that's it. There's no second or third guesses. As we see a Nidalee Melban coming out of DFM, they really want to avoid that poke that they would expect a powerful mid laner like Jimmyin to be able to deliver. And Orca on that Nidalee, it's an unusual support pick, but it has happened before, Carrix. But
what
those bans.
What are we doing, guys?
Please lock it in.
I think these are locked. We're looking pretty toxic here for Ground Zero. The double poison and then the double support for DFM. God, I love the 2v2.
This is not something you would see on the fight. Look at him. Momo is loving it. Momo and Kakun are just like, yeah, let's full send on these choices. Nowhere else would you see this duo picked. It feels like GZ are locked in there like, yeah, let's get a winning combo. And it feels like DFM is like, yeah, let's get a fun combo. Because that is exactly what we're looking at here, Carrix, for this Howling Abyss 2v2 that will determine side selection.
It's a fun one for sure. We'll have to see if the supports or the Toxic brothers will be the ones that come out on top. I'm curious to see when the fighting really happens. You think the supports want to utilize early numbers, but it's just going to go in immediately. They want to kill Jimmy-in, and they're going to manage it, but Kakun, he's going to fall on the other side, but can they get the res from the Renata? No, and the Snake even lives. Momo now on the run, all on his own.
I love that aggression so much out of DFM. They just fearlessly, look at Momo, he's laughing. They fearlessly just ran straight into the faces of GZ. They nearly got Jimmy in. One, maybe two more autos, and Cassiopeia would have died, and Renata Glask wouldn't have because of that powerful W she has. If you get a kill while it is active, you don't die. You are instead healed up to a certain percentage of your health. GZ, though, they've recalled, and they are now back out on the Abyss, ready to go for round 2.
The snowball lands, in goes the Singed, immediately tossing him backwards, 6-pack on the Rift. There will be no bailout, and Kakun will fall again, and that will be ground 0, getting first selection.
I'm definitely hoping everyone was focused on those player cams, because every single one of those players was laughing as that happened. I almost have to imagine that GZ were like, what have they picked? But DFM very nearly made that work. They were so close in that initial fight there, Carrix. That has got to be one of the more fun, one of the more unusual 2v2s that we have seen here in the LCP. And my word, am I glad that we have this 2v2, Carrix.
It's so much fun. We just get to de-stress, unwind a little bit, and get hyped for the real League of Legends ahead of us. We'll know very soon what the picks are going to be, and we'll head into draft. But I want to go back to that discussion. You sort of talked about the globals. Which side do you think is really going to be leaning towards that? How do we counter that play style?
So based on what I've seen from both of these teams, I really think GZ is going to get that meta read. I think they're going to be the ones to pull those global triggers. Jimmy-in does love himself a Rise. Those mid laners getting those globals is far more impactful. You are able to get across more of that map a bit more quickly than if you were to, say, put that global on bot or top side. We do see Husha having played that Pantheon as well. And DFM have less of that sort of global priority. They play a more traditional front to back, we want to 5v5 team fight you, rather than going in for that pick style comp that these global, semi-global, matchups can bring to bear. So I think we're going to see a traditional sort of tanky top laner for Momo here. It won't give him too much agency to run around, but we don't have to wait too much longer, Carrix, as it is time to go to the draft and see what is picked and banned. And we kick it off with a Malphite and Rise ban. I like that, followed up by an Ambessa.
I think Rise has just been rising more and more in priority, sort of up with that Azir. Orianna still probably prized a little bit higher at the moment, but every time we see Rise on the map, he's just able to realm warp around, is always involved in plays, and I think our LCP teams have been really, really excellent at utilizing that, utilizing the flexibility. Jarvan being removed as well by DFM. Interesting so far. Will be interesting to see where these first picks end up going and if that Orianna is going to sneak through.
I'm wondering if that J4 is a preemptive ban to protect an Orianna pick coming out of GZ if DFM want to go for the Orianna and they've banned away that J4, they've banned away that Ambessa, but it is then obviously up to GZ to not prioritize that Orianna, to not pick it, and quite frankly, if Oriana's on the Rift, I think they would slam her down. That said, Jimian has not been able to play Oriana so far this split. So maybe they're trying to call the bluff. Maybe they're trying to say, we don't think you can play Oriana exceptionally well. We think you might not pick her, and then we'll get that pick. But we'll see how it lands, because that Galio, yet another sort of semi-global, has been banned away. I think they're reading the tools that these teams need to win, Carrix.
I agree, and it was sort of the call. What do you pick, Oriana or Jace? Ground Zero are going to answer that they think that Jace is the stronger of the two. I honestly do tend to agree. Husha as well has had some incredible performances, and giving him the best jungler on the patch makes so much sense to me. I think if you're DFM, one of these picks has to be Oriana, but where else do we go?
And there it is, as you rightfully called, it is Oriana, but hasn't been piloted to great success yet. 2 wins, 5 losses, so I think a lot of value is going over to this control mage that isn't proving to be overly impactful in the games that she lands on. The top side will be selected here, with Rumble being picked up for Momo, which I think is an expected choice for Momo, definitely preferring those more traditional tanks that match up, being able to hold his ground firm into what could likely be a Cassante, but Varus picked up by GZ, making his way through the bans too, Carrix.
Interesting stuff for sure there. Yeah, Varus is available. Ground Zero just tier list drafting. And I'm always worried when that's allowed to happen, when we are able to have what is, in theory, the stronger team in Ground Zero, just able to get the best jungler on the patch, the best ADC on the patch, and their pick of the mid laner as well, and they're just going to get the Azir. I am terrified.
Arguably, the Azir is slightly lower than this Oriana, but it could then come down to hand diff. So we'll see if Jimian has the hands to overcome Keen on that Oriana. So now we have the jungler, the AD, and the mid laner of GZ. We have the mid lane, the top, and potentially the jungler here for DFM. What I'm loving is they've hovered this Nocturne, and it's locked in, and it's made it through bans, and it has been picked up by non-VCS teams. They're just like, it's non-VCS. Yeah, you can have that Nocturne. We know how to handle it. But here is a little bit of that global pressure that I want to be seeing from these teams, to be able to enable those picks, to get that unfair advantage in those fights, and sort of get that early game lead and snowball it into victory on the backside.
A really good pick here. I really like this Nocturne. It makes it a lot harder to link up when you're playing this poke comp. Your Jace is going to be standing at such long range that if Jimian goes for the ultimate, goes for the shuffle, you can respond with the paranoia, and it's just so hard to link up. Even if you're reasonably close to each other as a team, you just can't see each other. You can't quite see. And I think it's a very clever pick there for Citrus. DFM putting their best foot forward on this one.
Not only that, but the long range out of Varus as well, who wants to stay far back. That paranoia is going to have the exact same impact on Varus. Not going to be able to see the fight that's happening in front of them to be able to get that poke down, and is more than likely actually going to have to walk away. But we do see Bard being banned. GZ do not want those tempered fates landing on them. They do not want those magical journeys enabling ganks out of absolutely nowhere. DFM in kind ban away that Aurora. Now, obviously, having the Azir, that Aurora, had it have been picked, would have gone on that top side. So it's a little bit of protection for Momo, as is the Cassante ban, who has proven so far to be that traditional matchup into the AP Rumble. So I do like the value that DFM have placed on that top side, the protection that they want to give Momo, to give him a good game. But I worry how that might affect their other lanes, because their bans are top side, jungle, and mid.
It's interesting stuff here. I do want to see where Momo is going to go with this Rumble, how he's going to like scale through it. They're putting so many resources into him. He needs to be a power player. Earlier in the week, we saw him get bullied pretty badly. He needs to bounce back from that and lead the team here. He does sort of need to be the first one into the breach, as we do see Kakun getting a misfortune.
And we did just see a misfortune perform on the Rift in the hands of Artemis of GAM, and they were able to shut that down. But right now, GZ don't really have that dive comp to be able to stop a misfortune from getting a full ult down across the team. And as I say that, what are you going to do against a Scion R that just runs into you, knocks you up, stuns you down, and takes you out? We've seen this before where Scions just solo misfortunes. You've got to stop this unstoppable Juggernaut and a Leona as well. The Q, the E, the Solar Flare ult. I mean, they just suddenly turned around and said, Misfortune, you don't get to play the game.
And I do think this is DFM making a little bit of a misstep. They picked the Misfortune that is a strong ADC on the patch. We saw Artemis not able to get over the line, but able to deal an enormous amount of damage in our previous series. But the question has to be asked, who stands in front of Misfortune? Because the traditional answer to what do you do about Scion running to you is like, well, you just stand in front of the ADC and then he can't do anything. But who is standing there? It's not really Citrus. Nocturne doesn't like being caught out like that. Nocturne's diving into the backside. Rumble's not tanky enough. Keen's not going to do it. And Gang is on Rakan. Who is tanking this?
I really would have preferred to have seen something like a tank engage, maybe a Nautilus in place of that Rakan. They've obviously valued the playmaking that Rakan can bring, that proactive, the knock up, the charm, but I really think they needed a body to just straight up block, and that Nautilus would bring that value. Also the CC, the dredge line, the depth charge, and that slow from that E wave. I question the value of that Rakan, especially when they had the power of the counterpick into that comp that has been presented against them here. But every game, my friend, is a 50-50 chance. Ground Zero could win this one. DFM could win this one. It's just down to the hands and the draft that these players have put together. And I am so keen as we go to game one of tonight's best of 3 series between Ground Zero and DFM.
It's an exciting one for sure. DFM is still looking for that first win. LJL fans, raise your hands to the sky and send them your energy because they're going to need it. Ground Zero have been much, much stronger than a 1-3 record would suggest.
They have been pushing their opponents, that's for sure. Definitely not going down easily. DFM, on the other hand, unfortunately, again, series winless, but I don't think they, for lack of trying either. Most of these games start out fairly equal, as we do see junglers on opposite sides here. Husha in the bot side of GZ, and we have Citrus in the bot side of DFM as well. Yizheng here, though, getting himself a little bit of early priority against Momo, just trading well, denying Momo that CS, having missed the first 4 creeps of the wave at the moment.
A really good start there by Yizheng, knowing that the Rumble level 1, unless can't overheat without doing some pretty tricksy things with glowing motes. As Momo will just get pushed back in. Now the level 2 finally comes in. Now with that Rumble can access the overheat, is able to play this lane, should be able to catch it straight back up in CS, that big wave being built.
I would love to see Momo keep up with Yizheng, definitely be competitive, definitely not be bullied out of this game, as we do see those deep wards spotting the junglers, giving that intelligence over to your opposing teams. Usually these jungle clears are completed in sort of 3:15, sort of 3:30 on the slower side. They'll do their clears, they'll take their recalls. As Momo looks to interrupt the recall here of Yizheng, well done. But Yizheng now knows that he is sitting on a ward as some heavy trading comes down in the mid side here, Carrix.
I think this is something we just need to get used to whenever we go to the mid lane in this sort of 2 to 3 minute window. They are always just doing massive trades because they know that both of them are just going to teleport back to lane. Health is a resource in that situation. You're just trying to get the first push, get that first comfortable recall. Both of these champions do just want to scale. So despite those health bars going down, I doubt we're going to see any actual kills.
Totally. And especially one of the things that I'd like to point out, these games, what I'm enjoying about them this split is they feel so much faster as well. And a big part of that is a new change. Ooh, Husha puts the wall down and spots that. That could have been dangerous for Husha. But as I was saying, these games, they feel nice and quick now because of that change that came through in patch 26.1, where the minion waves spawn significantly earlier than they used to. They used to spawn at that 65-second mark, but they now spawn at 30 seconds, so invades are just that much more punishing. Zhejiang here getting some good poke down on Momo, but Momo not going to let that go unanswered.
Yeah, Momo does just overheat and walk at Zhejiang. Doesn't get enough auto attacks there to really force the Scion back, but is in control of this lane. The Scion can only do so much up against the Rumble. It is a pretty brutal matchup. If you've ever listened to Bouse over in EU, a Scion connoisseur that has made his thoughts on Rumble pretty well known.
Yeah, and Bouse actually had to talk about him for just a moment. A banger of a game in the LEC versus. He was the player of the match on that Poppy, which is why we typically see Poppy's banned away, has so much agency and can absolutely shut down entire team comps if they lean too heavily into those dashes, flashes, that sort of energy. As Orca has rotated and Gang has followed, it's just a small little 2v2 as the junglers skirmish here for the Raptor camp as well. I'm hoping... Ooh, bit of a smite battle there.
Fear does land, but a good knock away there by Husha. We'll make sure that Citrus can't follow up. They go in onto Gang, but that battle dance over the wall. Orca wants to continue the play as flashes are traded.
Really interesting choice there from Orca to flash forward onto Gang. I really don't think there was a fight to be had. We do see, though, Zhejiang hit that ult immediately. Momo respects it because he wasn't far enough under that turret and flashes away just to make sure he's not knocked up and allows Scion to get that advantage. The ultimates are starting to come through. The trades are starting to come through now. We expect to see some level 6 shenanigans out of this Orianna, but Orca is around to keep his mid laner alive a little bit longer.
It's good stuff so far from DFM. I like the movement so far. I like the aggression moving into the enemy jungle, just trying to find leads wherever that you are. So far, it hasn't quite worked out, but also we're not super high investment plays. They didn't need to work out super well. Momo as well early on, able to really turn things around from the last series we saw him in, where he was bullied, where he wasn't able to have much of an impact, is going even in this lane, as we'd expect in the matchup, of course, but just needs to keep that going, needs to keep snowballing that as we move into this first dragon being pulled.
I do like this proactivity here from DFM. They're first onto the dragon, they have that priority. Yeah, but GZ, they're coming in, they're ready for this fight. They want to contest it here, Carrix.
Yeah, and then in they go immediately. The Shock Blast will miss, and I think that will dissuade both sides. But Ground Zero just pushed them out. The Dragon didn't reset. Jimmian getting Shockwave, but the Dragon being smited, they move straight back in. And the first kill will be for Ground Zero as DFM just get too big for their boots.
And that extra gold bounty going into the pocket of Husha as well, accelerating that lethality jungle Jace. Not exactly what you would want there. I liked Orca's aggressiveness as we cut to the replay here. GZ have 4, DFM have 4. It's a relatively even fight as the mid laners have a trade. Orca here onto Citrus, just perfect. That Zenith Blade into the stun, giving his team the time they need to follow up, layer that damage, and get that kill.
I think it's good to see that Ground Zero being super decisive at knowing exactly what they had. As soon as Keen used that Shockwave off to the side, there was just no threat walking into that narrow corridor. I think if he'd held that Shockwave, I don't know if Ground Zero can keep going. It's just a little bit too threatening. So perhaps a little bit of a mistake out of Keen, something he doesn't want to be repeating.
He'll probably have seen that play and learned from it and likely won't repeat that again here in this game, as we do see that picture-in-picture replay. Keen was able to flash that Emperor's Divide that came out of that proactive play by Jimmy, and so well played there. Both mid laners down on their ult, but Jimmy does maintain that flash advantage as Sion ulting.
Here we come, trying to catch onto Momo. They land the knock-up, they land the shock blast. Equalizer is dropped, but it will do nothing as it's not equalized. Ground Zero will move up even further ahead.
I do like that Husha was in the area for that. Momo obviously underestimating the movement. I think they're not respecting the fact that he was a little pushed up and open to that gank. Just the combination there of the Sion ult into the accelerated shock blast, able to deal enough damage to Momo, take him out of this fight. As we go to the replay, Husha there, yeah, he's just like, off you go, Sion, go do your thing. Obviously not hitting that ult, but getting that stun off, getting that accelerated shock blast was just enough. And that equalizer barely tickling the Sion as Orca might be caught out here, Carrix, near this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, there is a collapse coming, though. The Paranoia trying to turn it straight back around, but an Azir ult in the corridor will put paid to Citrus. A 3-man shockwave into the bullet time does get them one back. Good stuff there by Kakun as he flashes over the wall to make it 2. Decisive stuff.
Absolute sniper shot there at the end. I really liked that fight there, Carrix, and I'm looking forward to the replay so we can break that one down. But DFM are turning that priority that they gained into a little bit of a mid-wave push here. Gang lurking off to the side. I mean, Jimmyan was
Hang
low.
on a second. Jimmyan, yeah, just caught and taken down.
That was... I want to say that was really... Would it be fair to say disrespectful? Because Jimmyan was so low, had less than half the health bar of Keen, and had to know that DFM was still around. As we see here, Orca just caught out of position, it feels. Gang Citrus already there, ready to chip away. The Paranoia goes down. We do see GZ collapsing. Good ult there from Jimmyan to shuffle DFM away. But GZ just have the numbers in the shockwave into the bullet storm. Just a beautiful synergy there. The flash forward, getting that Q off onto Orca, giving themselves that kill advantage. And then the follow-up. So Gang and Keen were pushing in that mid-wave, and Gang was hiding just out of vision, using that numbers advantage they had to be able to secure themselves another kill onto Jimmyan in that mid lane, who stuck around a little too low health, I think, there.
I completely agree. He was put into a hard position where he really needed to catch that wave, but just didn't get the support from his team, wasn't covered to do it, and DFM recognized the situation, but now a scoop in onto Keen. A shockwave desperately tries to hold Husha back, but I don't know what he's got to run to as more damage comes in and the shock blast will secure.
Keen did his best there, did really, really well to live as long as he did.
But they're just going to immediately go back. Citrus coming in with the Paranoia, knows there's no Azir ult, no counterplay. Good stuff there by Citrus.
Very, very well responded to. I like that gank from Husha there. Jimmyan just not afraid on this Azir, playing as if he's ahead, and quite frankly, it's working for him. Husha able to follow up and execute onto Keen. Keen, though, did really well to live as long as he did, to be able to trade that damage back over, which really let Citrus on this Nocturne pull that Paranoia trigger and get that kill back. So they're trading value. They're not out of these fights, even if they do lose it. And DFM convert that priority into that Chemtech Drake. So we're slowing this game down. Each team has one Drake on either side right now, Carrix.
It was very well done there, DFM, using that Paranoia, turning a bad play into a good one, able to get themselves the Dragon. Husha should be able to get the grubs for his team, just to sort of as the consolation prize. But so far, DFM looking more decisive, more put together than we've seen out of them in a little while.
I agree. This is a great contest between these two teams. DFM are not looking like a pushover here. They're definitely stepping up to the plate. They're definitely making GZ work for this one, Carrix, as we do see that mid lane skirmish kind of breaking out. We see the junglers rotating around to back up their mid laners. Oh, good flash from Momo there. Izhang was charging up a big old stun from that Scion and throws down that equalizer just to clear the wave and prevent that crash. Probably expecting a bit of a gank from Husha, but it's not to be this time.
Ooh, Orca's in trouble, caught out by the gank squad from DFM. Just left as the sacrifice. No help is coming. And DFM keep finding these decisive plays.
I really like it. Orca was just caught out there again, caught out at that dragon pit, caught out around this backside of the dragon pit. Probably just a lack of vision, not informing them of where the team is. I mean, 3 were able to sit in that brush, hidden, and wait long enough to catch Orca out. Obviously, being a Leona, took a little while to go down as we see a jungle invade here from GZ. And they win the fight. They get
but they don't win at all as the paranoia comes in and Husha just has to flash over the wall. But Jimmy in trouble, has the E to safety though. As Ground Zero, they're 1,000 gold up, but they're kind of getting routed wherever the clash happens.
It's an interesting dynamic that having that gold lead advantage, most of it though being on their jungler. And so far, I don't think Husha's been heavily involved in the team fights, has more been involved in those side lane picks, as we do see the TP from Momo come down to respond to Izhang's pressure on that bot side turret, and the mid laners have rotated top side, and the bot laners are now in the mid. I love a bit of rotation. I like the strategy that this brings into the game, the priority that they can move more players over to an objective rather than the traditional sort of laning matchups.
Totally agree. I think it's really good to see. One thing that we have to watch as well, it's maybe not as good to see, is this growing lead for Izhang over Momo. We was praising Momo before about how he's able to bounce back from earlier in this week, but now in the Rumble Scion matchup, he's down 1.3k gold.
Not exactly where you want to be as a Rumble into a Scion. Typically, you want that Scion to be playing from behind. You want them to not have that kind of advantage. But Izhang has been able to get a kill and is up by 20 plus CS. We do see DFM use their first coach comm of the game. Each team gets 3 coach comms per all.
Oh, hang on a minute. We've got it engaged. A little bit more pressing as they go in immediately onto Keen. So much damage coming out. It's a double kill pretty much immediately for Shun. Kakun on the run, has a Scion bearing down, knocked up, cleansing something as they will back out, but just 2 kills kind of come out of nowhere.
I did like that fight, and Karkun's positioning being down in the pit gave him that level of protection, but was unfortunately unable to convert it into any kills. GZ just picked themselves up a clean 2-0 advantage there in that fight. We see it here, Orca with the aggressive flash forward onto Keen. Definitely has that target priority, even the solar flare onto Keen, and just drives DFM away. So that engage out of Orca puts that pressure onto DFM. They are on the back foot and they're forced to run as 2 of their team go down in that fight. Well executed by Ground Zero as they do push that gold lead to nearly 3,000 gold right now, Carrix.
It has sort of blown open. But looking back at it, it's mostly this topside lead. Kakun, he is behind, but not by an enormous amount. How did DFM get back into this one?
I dare say DFM aren't so far down that they're almost out of this one, but obviously a 3k gold lead at 17 minutes is a challenge. You do need to make things happen. Obviously, Orca is playing very aggressively, almost feels like an easy pick for the likes of DFM if they can be in that right place at the right time. I fully expect a team fight to break out here over this 3rd Drake of the game, but GZ have bought themselves a lot of priority. The minion wave is there, the Rift Herald is there, and they have that positional advantage. I don't think DFM are going to win this one from this position right now, Carrix. Orca is a little poked.
Yeah, but into the backside they go. They immediately blow up Husha. Gang takes a bit of poke, but is able to fight his way out. 1-for-1 at the moment as we come in for the second round of fighting. Kakun flashing away from Ejung, who already used the ultimate to chunk out the backside. Have to be really careful around this Varus. Oh no, Kakun getting knocked up. They don't quite have the follow-up. A teleport will be coming in. The Azir rejoining the fight. DFM are routed. The Dragon is surrendered.
Ultimately ending up in a 1v1, both junglers going down. The fight, they were dancing around one another. They were trying to create that space. They were trying to get that priority there. But GZ just had the better read overall. They get the Drake and they're able to push DFM out and get that bot side priority for themselves too. So a nice little win there. As we see this again, GZ are grouped up very nicely here until you see Ejung go in on Keen in the back line. And Citrus is just stuck there, dies in amongst the midst of it. Kakun plays nicely, comes forward to get that damage down, but Ejung just sticks to Kakun like glue, doesn't let him get away, slowing him, trying to stun him, forcing Kakun to flash away, run, unable to really get a lot of that damage down that you would expect a Misfortune to be able to deliver here in this fight. So as we see Orca just aggressing forward again, Carrix.
And Momo just has to immediately burn the flash. We really haven't seen any impact out of this Rumble so far. I haven't really noticed an Equalizer doing a huge job. It was not terrible in the fight around Dragon, but it's sort of just Orca walks up, has the hype music playing behind him, and Momo just has to flash in the face of the alpha male.
Has that gym pump-up track going, and Orca is feeling it. So is GZ as they secure themselves their second Drake for the game, and they have started their dragon stacking, but
Ejung flies in onto Keen. They use the paranoia to try and punish this Scion, the Shockwave as well, and the train may have been caught at the station.
I definitely did not expect that turnaround. Well played by DFM there. A massive amount of damage out of Keen's Shockwave onto that Scion. Still not that tanky immortal beast.
Orca flies in. Oh, Mikhails gets him out. Whew. Teleport being committed, but there's no Shockwave. It was just used top. They might just send Orca in as a sacrifice, dealing a huge amount of damage. They trade back onto Gang, and Orca doesn't even die.
That's not good. I expected DFM with the 5v4 advantage to at least get Orca, but Orca played that fantastically, and GZ overall able to just get one back for basically nothing here, Carrix. It's such an interesting back and forth in these fights, but GZ have eked out a 4,500 gold lead for themselves. The only place they're down in CS is in that mid lane of Jimmian, but Jimmian has 7 assists. He's been involved in nearly every single fight. They're so keen for this.
GZ are just not going to stop. There's no reason for them to stop. They can just continue incrementally growing this lead. DFM just don't really have the comeback mechanisms. Their composition requires them to be on the front foot. It needs to be this Nocturne and Orianna picking the fights, picking the combos.
One thing, as we do see that paranoia,
well, they will do it, but the stopwatch from the Varus able to keep him alive. They turn it around with the Chains of Corruption, and Ejung arrives, able to keep things safe. Big poke landing onto Kakun, and now it's DFM on the run. Flash, Shurima, shuffle, and they are flipped back and taken out. Once again, it starts off well for DFM, but it ends up great for GZ.
Amazing angle there from Jimmian as well, being able to get that scoop onto 2, pushing them back into GZ. GZ, I mean, they've got to be feeling it. This is GZ peasy. They're going to go for this Baron with the priority they secured for themselves off the back of that double kill. I love the flank angle from Jimmian. I love the forward momentum, the aggression that GZ were able to turn around back on to DFM, where this was the fight that DFM wanted. They get that vision, they hit that paranoia. Well played here by the Varus to just immediately stopwatch, preventing so much of that initial damage that DFM wanted to commit. And then that shock blast doing 50% of Karkun's health. I mean, it was almost guaranteed that this Jimmy and Scoop would deal enough damage to get that kill. Well played, well flanked by GZ here, and now they push home that priority they've earned for themselves.
And the benefactor from so many of these plays has been Shun, just sort of quietly picked up 5 kills, quietly 3,000 gold ahead of Kakun. And that once this Varus gets ahead, it's so difficult to interface with him. He will be able to build towards his Zhonya's when he wants to. He's going that hybrid Gunblade, the Dusk and Dawn already completed. I don't know what they do about him. The Nocturne Orianna is so ineffective against someone that can just go golden. As I was saying, as Jimmy able to live long enough to get an Azir ult down to turn it into a 1v1, Citrus throws himself onto the back line, but just has to immediately run the hell away. Husha tries to follow, but the blast cone puts paid.
It's like their ears were burning. They heard you talking about it, Carrix, as Momo throws down that equalizer just to help clear the wave, help protect that turret a little bit longer. But this is a 4-player Baron empowered GZ that are pressing this advantage home. Currently 1,300 with a minute left on this Baron power play. And as you say, this Shockwave Orianna Nocturne Paranoia combo unfortunately is being stifled by these stopwatches, these Edge of Nights. They're not able to deliver that knockout one shot that DFM really need to be landing to swing the fights into a 5v4, you know, one-sided task. And Izhang is walking fearlessly into the jungle of DFM.
And they can. There's no one that can really kill Izhang. He can just look for these aggressive cues. Orca coming from the other side, trying to press them into the arms of the Scion. It doesn't work out this time, but they're just going to keep doing it for the rest of this game.
And they've got the poke comp as well to keep DFM at a distance. That Varus is 3 items absolutely online and dangerous. Husha, 3 full items, lethality. We saw it earlier. If that accelerated shock blast land on the Karkun, it's nearly 50% of the health of your AD. That's nearly taken out of the fight before you even have the option to do anything. And GZ,
in they go again, but Citrus is so far ahead of his team, just goes down to a shock blast. Really nothing to get done there. The bullet time, the shockwave will claim Orca, but it's only Orca for 2 of your power ults, and there's a dragon on the map.
I do like the layering of that ult and the shockwave, the misfortune ult into the Orianna shockwave. I like the layering. It was just unfortunate that it was literally only onto the support. GZ would have looked at that fight and, you know, the timing of losing your jungler here, you just can't contest this Drake. It gives GZ their 3rd Drake of the game and Soul Point for free. It feels like GZ is so much more cohesive, so much more coherent. They communicate effectively. They know when they want to pull the trigger. And DFM, it feels like it's a comp diff here. Yes, we see this dive from Citrus onto the right target, but he's so deep that DFM just can't help him.
Yeah, they do pull Orca back into this bullet time, as you see there, but that's just a consolation prize. Soul Point now secured for GZ. Every dragon, DFM must come and fight, and they really do have to, because a Mountain Soul against their composition is so painful.
You definitely do not need GZ being any tankier than they already are, but that's definitely how it's looking. The Mountain Soul providing that extra shielding, just making DFM have to do even more damage. They're already struggling to get through Izhang and Orca, as we see an engage coming out just to scare them away. Izhang just wanted to shoo DFM away to let GZ get that top tier 2 turret there, Carrix. And it worked.
And it worked to perfection. They just take another one. They lose a bot lane outer, but at this stage of the game, a bot lane outer is not really that valuable. They just want to keep this top lane shoved for as long as they can. They want to be able to push that all the way in, give themselves priority to get vision in that topside jungle around the Baron. However, someone has overstepped here, and that will be a big pickup. Shun taken down.
That was fantastic. I love that play. Just Shun, unfortunately, on a ward, completely unawares, and DFM were in. Holy goodness me. DFM were in the area. They pulled that trigger. They were synced up. The TP came through, maybe even a little bit of overkill, but Shun did live for quite a while there as well, proving that DFM, they're lacking in the damage. They need to be able to take GZ out quickly. Good TP.
Whether or not they can take them out quickly is going to be so... it's going to be really hard, because there's a Scion that is incredibly tanky, 2.5 items, massive amounts of those stacks built up. The vision is strong for Ground Zero around Baron. How do we keep this one going? Where DFM, it's obvious what they need to do. They just need to land the combo, but that combo gets harder and harder every single fight.
And the combo really only takes out 1, maybe 2 of GZ. So it has to be a quick combo. It has to be the most synergistic combo we've seen them pull off so far. They have to get that advantage. But GZ, it almost feels like Wallet Diff, they're just so tanky. I don't think that even removing one of them will be enough.
They go in, but again, it is just that stasis that keeps Shun alive, and now they go back into Kakun. He goes for the bullet time, can't really get it done. Gang will follow his ADC to the grave, and Ground Zero just look unstoppable in this game. I think they just drafted perfectly into what DFM were doing.
Yeah, and this MF was picked as DFM's second last choice as well, once 3 of GZ's comp had already been built. So GZ responded really well with their last 2 picks. As Ejung here just chasing Citrus away a little bit more, making sure that this Baron goes down completely uncontested. I dare say that the next push, I would expect GZ to break this base wide open. We do see it here. Shun exposes himself. I feel like he baits Citrus in, knowing he'll pull that trigger. And the Solar Flare from Orca goes down. It gets a little bit of value, preventing Momo getting onto their back line. And the damage coming out of Husha is just slammed into the damage dealers of DFM, but they're not perturbed. They're not scared. They're ready to pull these triggers again. This Hextech plate just giving Citrus so many ults so often.
But they're just gonna go in again. Ejung finding the double knockup. The equalizer is good on the backside. Husha soloed out of this fight, will be falling. Orca following as well, but now it's on Jimmy in to try and carry the fight, especially with Shun going down as well. This could be DFM finding their way back into the game, as they picked up 3 for 1. Jimmy, and they need to be so careful, but they land the knockup, they land the CC. He uses the Azir ult, but it's not good enough.
I love this out of DFM. You know, DFM initiated, GZ counter-initiated, and then DFM turned it around. They're not going to let Ejung get away for nothing here too. This, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love these fights. I love how back and forth they are, and I love that no team is out of it just yet, as DFM is also going to prevent this Dragon Soul going over to Ground Zero, which is where the contest was being held, just north of this Dragon Pit. They had to fight it, they fought it well, and they won it as the DFM coach comm comes through for the 3rd time. Here's Orca stepping up, getting that ward down. They know DFM is there, keen with the early flash, but I think Orca just goes in a little too early, doesn't get as much zoning down, and DFM jump onto Husha, able to prevent a lot of that accelerated shock blasting. And that command shockwave onto 2 was able to deal enough damage to allow, as we go back to live, fighting more.
Yeah, we go straight back to live, and it's Keen going godlike, has just sort of quietly moved up to being 8-1. 3,500 gold ahead of his opposite number. And this Orianna might just be able to put the whole world on her back.
I think this is the Orianna that people are banning away. This is the Orianna that we're scared of, that people don't want to see on the Rift, because as far behind as DFM found themselves, it at one stage was nearly a 9,000 gold diff. They're still able to find their way back into this. I dare say it is the relentless diving from Citrus on that Nocturne, delivering that ball, just shocking GZ with the amount of damage it can deliver. And Keen is reaping those rewards. That's a 4-item Orianna right now as well. Oh, I love it so much.
I don't know if GZ loves it though, and all their fans out in the audience, because it's so hard for them to play into. It needs to be Husha landing poke onto the really important targets, as in comes Ejung. Can he curve around only onto the Rakan, and now he has to just flash away? I feel like he needed to just stop that one a little bit early.
Yeah, Ejung ulting really, really deep there against DFM. DFM, you could tell the moment they heard that ult ring out, because when Sion does ult, basically the whole map hears it. They retreated. They overextended that Sion, and unfortunately for him, he was left with no support and had to flash and back out of the fight. Obviously, being Sion, almost unkillable, but didn't have the damage himself to be able to fight into the 5 of DFM. So now doesn't have that ult, but it's a very short cooldown. It's back up in 5 seconds anyway.
His flash is up in 5 minutes. That's the problem.
Yeah, he won't be able to flash onto the back line if he misses the ult, that kind of energy. We do have full ults on both teams. We do have a lot of summoners on both sides. Unfortunately, DFM in the flash deficit. 3 out of 5 of them do not have that flash for probably another 1 to 2 minutes, I want to say. So GZ just getting that priority. They're pushing that mid wave. They're trying to clear that vision around mid, because in 2 minutes we have the next Drake, which could be the soul for GZ, and in 1 minute we have the next Baron, which could lead to a game-winning siege, as Gang just spotted there on the flank.
One thing that GZ can play around is that in about a minute and a half, both of the objectives will be on the map. The Dragon for DFM isn't nearly as important as it is for GZ. You are able to push them into a, well, do you want Baron or Dragon? You have to pick, and both are better for us. Keen as well, being poked out by the Shock Blast. If Husha can keep these up, I think that's what matters. He's hit 2 onto the carries. They're going to be able to reset now, so they're not super impactful. But around these objectives, we have to be watching this Jace.
Which is why DFM put so much priority on taking that Jace out on that earlier Baron Dragon fight that they did win. Obviously, Husha is the primary target, being the jungler, but when you are able to do so much damage so quickly, you are an extremely high threat target as well. So diving onto Husha seems to be working for DFM at this time, as it looks like they're ready to good blank.
Oh my word, the damage immediately goes in, and Shuna is just claimed instantly. Jimmy desperately trying to fight back. They go in, find Citrus, but it doesn't matter. They can't play around the Orianna. DFM are hard winning these fights. I think they've just outscaled.
DFM are back in this one, Carrix. Ejung going down, Jimin going down. Really well played there. That flank angle from Gang was beautiful. I cannot wait to talk about that. It was so deep, as DFM, they're able to turn it around, win the team fight, and now it's their turn to get the Baron. They're going to have 5 Baron-empowered team members bearing down on the base of GZ soon, and there is a lot of standing gold. But first, they're going to get this Drake and end up 3 apiece. They are wise to GZ being up though, and potentially trying to stop it, but they're not even in the area. They can't contest.
They don't really have any hope, and something to look at this in this replay, Varus has Flash and Zhonya's.
Absolutely has every tool, but look how fast Gang is there. Doesn't even get the chance to react, is CC'd to death. Citrus doing his best to stay alive here, survives that Ejung ultimate from Sion, has the GA, can dive fearlessly now, can repeatedly just go in. Karkun, though, being able to lay down a full, uninterrupted Misfortune ult at 37 minutes in the game, that's got to be so much damage. Nearly tops the meters as Orianna takes out the #1 DPS right now. That is phenomenal. 10-1 for Keen right now, Carrix.
And he is just going to be unstoppable. 20 stack Magi, has a whole library in his inventory. I don't know the counterplay. The idea is to go the poke, but the Varus has not really gone a poke build. He's playing that on-hit build. And I don't know if you can do that here. In theory, it deals a lot of damage, but when are you getting to auto attack?
I mean, Citrus still just copped an accelerated shock blast and lost about 40% of his life. So it's not like it doesn't work. It's not like GZ don't have a way in here. Shun does have that stopwatch, but I think the cooldown on that is longer than Citrus's ult at this stage. So DFM, they're just going to keep spamming that Nocturne Paranoia, force the stopwatch out of Shun, and then target him out of these fights. Husha has that GA, is a little extra survivable, but once DFM secure themselves that 5v4 advantage, it's going to be really hard for GZ to fight their way back in. DFM, they find themselves with the 2 highest damage dealers on this rift with that Orianna and MF combo. It's a lot to overcome, Carrix. As we do go back to clearing these jungles, it's about 3 minutes before any major objectives are on this rift, and DFM are currently sitting on a 2,000 gold Baron power play with 20 seconds left. I can't believe this. Like 10, 15 minutes ago, Carrix, we were saying, how does DFM get back into this? But now it's turned around.
Yeah, the answer just seemed to be Keen. Just that's it. That's the whole answer. Keen just goes absolutely crazy. They just use this Nocturne Orianna. It's why these picks are constantly banned out. This combination of champions is so obvious, so easy to execute over and over and over. And I don't know what Shun does. Yes, he has Flash. Yes, he has Zhonya's. But I don't think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, GZ, they're pushing down toward... Oh,
coming in. He can't turn enough, though. It's just repositioning.
Definitely. Oh, as DFM lights out. Let's see if anything happens.
Citrus doesn't die. The teleport does zone that away, but teleport has a much longer cooldown than Paranoia.
Especially with that experimental Hextech plate. Like, his ult comes up so fast these days. What am I saying? His ult just comes back so fast. We see Azir put down that tower just to get a little extra mid lane priority, but the towers on DFM side are looking healthy. GZ, they still have 2 more towers up. It feels crazy to say. DFM, it feels like they have the team fight advantage now, but it's still not enough to be able to, dare I say, ace GZ and march down. I don't think they'd be able to win right now, even if they pulled that off.
I think at this point, a decisive team fight for either side probably does lead to a win, unless the waves are absolutely diabolical. We're 41 minutes into the game. The death timers are long. The power is so high. We're going to see whichever team fight it is, whichever way it goes, it's going to be incredibly decisive. And I think it'll be in 30 seconds around this 7th dragon.
Yeah, this 7th dragon is soul for whoever picks it up. So both teams are going to put some priority onto it there. Citrus just absorbing that shock blast like a champion. I'm surprised at how little damage it actually did there. As we start to see that fight over vision control, every ping from every team member coming down. I'm wondering if GZ are going to try and get a flank as we see DFM 5 stacked. Oh, we do... No, it was cancelled. There was a recall coming through from Momo as the dragon is started up by GZ, and that poke, you have to respect it, Carrix.
You do, but at the same time, you sort of don't, because it doesn't kill him, and that's what matters. Keen doesn't need to live a super long time in the fight. The engage comes in and immediately is layered on top of Jimmy and taken down. Ejung trying to fight back. Should need to get into this fight, throws out the chains of corruption, but it doesn't do quite enough, even though it locks up 4. Ground Zero are just having to run away. They're down there, Azir. The dragon is still here. Husha on no health and has no TP. Can't really back. Has to just heal off of the jungle. But that's just going to be a soul over to DFM.
That was really great positioning there from DFM, forcing GZ to come into them in that sort of really narrow lane there, allowing Karkun to get that ult down onto as many team members as possible with as little escape as possible. DFM, they win the fight. It's only 1 kill, but they poke Husha down enough. Oh, Citrus going in.
Yeah, they catch onto Orca. They're going to try and just take another kill so they can get this Baron even easier. Orca won't be able to survive. Kakun claiming that one. 3 members of Ground Zero. The only ones left on the map, Jimmy and will respawn, but no teleport. They can't contest this Baron, and now they're facing down Baron and Soul.
A very, very tall order. DFM really doing great there to catch out Orca. I mean, that's the Orca of the early game. Going down twice early, just out of position. It feels like it just happened again, handing the advantage over. But here, Gang with the flash forward into that charm ult. Respected, it's flashed, and we get Husha flashing out over the top. We get the stopwatch. So many cooldowns to try and avoid that shockwave bullets time ultimate combo, but the damage is done. Husha no longer able to fight, has to get out of there. Jimmy and burnt the flash early to avoid the Rakan, and then is stuck in the shockwave bullet time. Just well played by DFM there to initiate and take the fight. As DFM, they're grouped up in this bot side GZ jungle. It looks like they might be trying to get a flank angle to take this game, I would suggest, Carrix.
Yeah, it's still 1 or 2 team fights will be the end. I think if DFM was to take one in the next minute or so, they would be able to push an end. GZ might need 2 to do it, just based on where the waves are. It's so hard. They have to play so far back.
I really do like what DFM have done here. They've grouped up on this bot side. They're overloading it. Their top side wave is pushing in nicely. They've got the mid and bot side waves, so they're able to siege up against GZ for a little while here.
This might be the time you can take a fight while the Rumble's mid, but they don't pull the trigger.
And I feel like GZ are going to be really hard to siege into, right? They've got the poke of Shun, they've got the poke of Husha, but they've cracked open this bot side inhibitor turret, and they've got the inhibitor, and now they're getting out of the base. And meanwhile, Momo in that mid lane applying pressure to that inhibitor turret on the mid. DFM just rotating nicely, meeting up with this wave. Citrus, very nice timing there on that spell shield for that shock blast to stay healthy, but Husha looking for an angle from the side.
They're going to use the paranoia just to deny vision for now. They go in, do a fair bit of damage onto Orca. Solar Flare doesn't find much. Azir turret will buy space. The inhibitor will stand.
I do like that from Citrus, deploying that paranoia ult there just to get that sort of extra pushing power. I don't think there was ever any threat of anyone dying, but it definitely forced them to back away. And this is really interesting, right? If you look at the CS difference, and obviously this late in the game, it doesn't really mean that much, but Citrus is down a full 80 CS over Husha, but is definitely, in my opinion, being the more aggressive jungler, is just enabling his team, because Citrus is diving forward and suddenly GZ have to answer this Nocturne in the midst of them, allowing Orianna and Miss Fortune to find better positions to layer those ultimates over the top. And this poke from Husha, it's starting to become, dare I say, a little bit irrelevant. It's no longer doing that 40-50%.
Yeah, Ejung trying to find a way in. The Nocturne ultimate comes in, but this is all being used on the Scion. Bullet time stopped. Shockwave used as well. A lot of resources just used on the Scion, not able to take him down. This could give Ground Zero an angle for something, but I don't think DFM are going to give it to them.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that fight. It was just ultimately nothing happened there. It was some good poke. It hurt Izhang, but Izhang just able to recall and run back out to defend that top wave push that's coming in that Momo had set up. I think that was really well defended there by GZ. They only lost two inhibitor turrets and one inhibitor there, because obviously Azir is able to throw that turret up. So well defended by GZ. They've definitely extended the timer of this game. We will find a Elder fight in about a minute's time. So you can expect these scuffles to break out as they want to get control of this pit. They want to get vision down so that they don't get flanked. Neither team wants to be flanked. This vision is so important right now, Carrix.
The vision is mission critical. It is just going to come down to Elder. I think if GZ can steal this away, they can find the fight. They can still fight back. It's only a 5k gold lead. It really is just Keen. If this Orianna missteps, if this Orianna is caught with the chains of corruption, DFM can just collapse. Another inhibitor will fall, but frankly, doesn't matter a huge amount. All that matters is that Dragon Pit. That is where the fate of these teams will be decided.
I do like the priority that DFM secure for themselves in that mid lane, forcing Izhang to respond there. Obviously, the super minions aren't going to be coming down just yet, but GZ...
In they go once again onto Orca. Not necessarily the target they want. Izhang teleporting very, very deep. DFM actually zoned out. Momo behind. Could find a big equalizer, but needs to be careful that the fight doesn't collapse before he's activated. Gang... also explosive, goes in with the Ricard ult, they layer everything perfectly. Jimmy and immediately goes down. The rumble in the backside, can they find him on the way out? Momo taking damage, double kill now. Picked up for the misfortune, Orca will fall. DFM are winning the fight, Logan. I think they might be winning a game. Quadra kill for Kakun. Shun just has to run, doesn't want to give up the Penta.
And that TP ahead of Shun as well.
Speed. The Make It Rain is here. One more, two more. He goes gold. Give it to him. Give it to him, boys. There it is. Hey. Kakun pentakill.
Well deserved, well earned by Kakun there. And they are going to march down on this Nexus with their soul. And DFM are going to take game one of tonight's best of 3 series against GZ Carrix. What a game. That was phenomenal back and forth. The resilience of both of them here in this game one, Carrix. So many highlights across both teams.
Yeah, for sure. Both of these teams played their hearts out, but Keen was just unstoppable. Ended up about 12-1, something like that. I didn't see the final kill score, but an absolutely dominant performance. And that is why we ban Orianna. If any teams needed a reminder, we could just show them this game.
Definitely. As we were calling it out, you know, Keen at one stage hit that godlike, I think around 8-1, and we were just reminded, you know, they were kind of, DFM, it felt like they were behind at the start of this game in the first 15-20 minutes. As you can see the gold graph here, GZ had the gold advantage for the first 36 minutes, Carrix. DFM had a hell of a climb, but they made it.
It is unfortunately a little bit obvious what's happened here. The difference was in the mid lane. 47,000 damage to about 19,000 damage from Jimmy. This Azir just didn't really get into the game, and we need a much better performance from Jimmy in game 2 if Ground Zero is going to take us to 3.
I did like Jimmy's start. He was being aggressive. He was trying to make the plays. Unfortunately, he definitely missed a couple of big scoops as well and was not able to get close enough to apply that damage that we know Azirs are capable of. We do see Jimmy here rotating down to try and help Orca, who gets caught out, but Citrus dives straight onto him. Jimmy obviously respecting that, flashing away, throwing up that wall, which saves himself there. I think this was a really well-played fight by Jimmy, but it just wasn't enough often, right? We needed more of that more often, and Karkun seemed to have the answers, the aggression, flashing forward, but I want to shout out Citrus here, Carrix. Citrus didn't let the early game score slow him down. He just aggressed and kept on aggressing until it worked, and then it never stopped working. And I love that.
I do too. I think he knew exactly what his role was. He just had to carry the ball in. He was constantly finding the right target. There were a few times where they were going onto the Scion that I didn't really like, but in all of the decisive fights, it was straight onto either Jimmy or Shun. They were unable to play in the fight. Eventually, the Jace poke just kind of stops mattering. We see in all of these clips, the Jace poke just isn't coming in. It's not getting value. And even though Ground Zero, they pick up the Jace, they pick up the Azir, they pick up the Varus, they just get cleaned out of the game.
I frankly think we've almost found our answer to this Jace jungle as well, because this Nocturne, Citrus was spell shielding almost every single accelerated shock blast that Husha was throwing down as well. So he was able to nullify a lot of that poke to be able to stay healthy. Izhang, phenomenal work on this Scion. Obviously, GZ didn't win, but he was in a lot of really good positions. He was frontlining his absolute heart out. Obviously, here in this fight, caught a little out of position, unable to join the fight till later, but a lot of ultimates landing where they needed to, blocking a lot of damage for the rest of GZ. But the scaling from DFM, it just proved too much in the end there, Carrix. That Orianna MF combo delivered for DFM tonight.
It absolutely did. And we're going to have to see what they could do in Game 2. They won't have access to that combo. Can DFM, on the back of a Kakun Penta, take their first series win over Ground Zero?
You've got to be feeling it. If you've hit a Penta in a series, surely you can absolutely win that series. And I do love that we ended on that Kakun Pentakill highlight. What a feather in your cap. Like, this LCP region, these teams are spectacular. The aggression that we get out of them, the ability to hold on and stay strong in the face of such a strong start from your opponents, it speaks to the skill, it speaks to the depth and range these players have, and I can't wait for more of them to get to the international stage here, Carrix. Oh, I'm so excited for Game 2.
For sure. I want to see Ground Zero fighting back. This is a team that I think has played better than their record suggests, played better than that Game 1 really suggests. I need to see a bit more out of them. I need to see them returning to the form that I think is there, and I want to see them push us to a Game 3.
They definitely, you are so right, have that form. We've seen Ground Zero perform before. Ground Zero earned their way here. I mean, it's just the best of the LCP is on display, and it's a super week, so we get to see every team twice. So it really drives home that skill on display, and DFM being able to get up in Game 1. Hopefully we get to see GZ turn it back around. They're probably in that coach room right now, getting their mentals reset, and I'm looking forward to what draft they bring to the Rift at Game 2 after this break. We're made for this here in the LCP, so stick around.
All is lost. Keep your head now. Don't give up. Come with the sand. We will be all together in unity. Take my hand and join us now, 'cause we are moving in unity. Side by side, we'll be as one, 'cause we are moving in unity. We are one and we you feel those words they say? We stand together, come what may. Join us now and we will be all together in unity. Take my hand and join us now, 'cause we are moving in unity. Side by side we'll be as one, 'cause we are This is all we ever wanted now. Once again, I surprise myself, I'm losing track of time. 'Cause you and I need to feel alive. As far as I can see, we're living in a dream. When we let go of the wheel, it's like we're living in a dream. I can see us glowing, dancing through the fire.
And we are back for game 2 of tonight's best of 3 series between Detonation, Focus Me, and Ground Zero Gaming. And Carrix, what a game 1. Some significant, leads built by GZ, only for DFM to overcome that and turn it around in that late game. Oh, I don't know how we can top this game.
It's pretty hard to imagine how we have a stronger performance out of some of our players. Keen on that Orianna was just an absolute monster. Ground Zero have decided to go onto the second pick in draft here. They still think there's enough available that the 2 early picks is more valuable. What do we think they're going to be trying to pick up? How are they going to try and get back into this one?
I think Rise is definitely going to be an answer here. We haven't seen Rise on the Rift in this series just yet. It is still available. It was banned away in the draft, so that Rise priority I think will skyrocket, considering Orianna is no longer available, that Azir is no longer available, so it really leaves a Talia Rise matchup, I want to say. Or maybe, I feel like an Akali just wouldn't be a good response into that Rise. So it's that global pressure, that global priority. Towards the back half of that game, we did just find ourselves in very traditional back to front, run down the mid and force the fight sort of energy. And I think GZ, they could answer that if they built around it a little bit better than compared to their game 1 when they saw that MF, and they were just unable to, I think, pressure that backline overly well.
totally.
As Rise is banned.
I mean, it's a good ban. You don't want to let
is.
Keen, after the performance he had in Game 1, have access to an incredibly strong mid laner like this Rise. Already had a lights-out performance on the Orianna. Don't let him play another sort of control-y mage. Push him onto something else that gives you a bit more of a chance.
You know what I'd love to see? Just an absolute, I don't know, Syndra thrown down in mid. Like, just something we haven't seen much of so far. I mean, Keen has played Syndra once already, but it just feels so off meta. It just feels like such an unusual pick that I would love to see it for the shenanigans that it could achieve. However, we do get a few more bans here that need to be spoken about. That J4 from Ground Zero, they don't want to give that over to Citrus. But on the other side, DFM have banned away that Ambessa with the public execution, just that backline dive, that AP Gwen frontline on the top. Actually, they've just targeted the top side of GZ. They don't want Ezhang to play the game.
And I think that does make sense. Ezhang on the Scion was a real bright spot for Ground Zero in Game 1, was able to find his place in the front line, and they just immediately slam the Mundo. I think that's the best jungler left available.
I mean, Malphite was still up. So, do they have like a different draft in mind, a different comp in mind here? Leaving a Malphite up is so unusual. Maybe it just doesn't work with their playstyle. Maybe it doesn't work with the draft that they want to put together here. As Ezhang looks to have picked up that Aatrox for GZ, I dare say Ezhang will be the one to be piloting that Aatrox on that top side as well. We have seen him do that once already. Ooh, I do like an Ashe.
I don't mind the pickups. I don't know why we have to do them this early, though. Was Ashe and Aatrox going to be contested?
I really don't think so, Carrix. I definitely think they could have left them and gone with some higher priority
Corki?
picks here.
Yeah.
Corki and Ashe, my goodness. Ooh, backed up here by potentially a Nami. Nami has been surprisingly banned away a couple of times. As you say, though, I think it was more of a synergistic ban rather than a let's not let Nami on the Rift ban. But this duo, this combo has been spoken about many, many times here. This Ashe Seraphine with that passive being able to trigger that root that comes through on the Seraphine's abilities when the slow has been applied from those Ashe arrows, and the passive works really, really well for control on that bot side. So Corki and Nami gonna have to play carefully around that one, Carrix.
For sure. I mean, the long range engage, constantly be able to snipe out where Momo is as well. They also do have good tools to break the Mundo passive, able to use the Seraphine Q to do it, immediately follow up with fairly easy to hit Ashe arrows into Seraphine ultimates. Citrus does have to be really careful around this one, as we do still have a lot of flexibility in the draft from GZ, because that Aatrox is not confirmed to be in the top lane. We think that's where it'll go, but it certainly could end up in jungle.
Agreed. Definitely a flex pick there on that Aatrox. I would put my money on it being a top side, but obviously these are professional gamers. They can definitely flex it. And look, they've banned the Syndra. They banned Syndra away from Keen. They don't want to see Keen on that Syndra. He has played it before. And a second round ban on that Malphite. So it almost feels like DFM suspect that Aatrox is the top, which means the jungler for GZ is open, and they do not want to give over that Malphite, because can you imagine that unstoppable force just coming in and annihilating your bot side duo? No, thank you. Don't want a bar of it.
I agree with you for sure. I think one thing to keep in mind is that they could be trying to push that Aatrox into the jungle. If you ban out a few of the junglers, maybe you force Husha to go onto that. So far, I've not been super impressed by the Aatrox jungle. Silas banned out as well. Given the Malphite was already gone, I'm not 100% sure if I agree with that one. He does have good ults to steal. Seraphine ult is actually like pretty legendarily good on Sylas. And so yeah, they're not sure where this Aatrox is going. They're sort of agnostic banning for both roles.
I do like the Sylas ban because it also feels like it protects against picks that they haven't shown yet. I mean, we're just now, man, this Jax. What? Yeah. Aatrox jungle, Jax topside.
Yeah. Aatrox jungle. They pushed it into the jungle.
Yeah, nice. Well played there. Good banning. As we do see DFM hovering that Cassante for the top side, thinking that Cassante could be a good answer into this Jax. But we still have to see the mid laner of DFM, which is going to be revealed now. I am wondering what Keen is going to play here. The Syndra is banned. No Orianna, no Azin. Oh, Victor, hello. Another very powerful control mage. Getting that AoE stun. That Storm ultimate just increasing ever more as more people die. And oh, I thought it was going to be that classic anti-mage response of a Galio as Akali hovered here, Carrix.
I think we need the Akali here. I think Galio leads to damage problems. So far, you are like reasonably low burst damage. If the fight goes long, yes, Ashe, yes, Jax can deal that. But you need someone that can just follow up instantly on that engage. If you hit Kakun with the combo, he has to actually die in it before the stun wears off. Akali will let Jimmy do that. We have two very interesting comps. This looks like game 5 of Fearless, but we're in game 2.
I like it. I really do like it. And one thing that I've noticed, right, you excuse the Ashe arrow when I say this, there's no semi-globals, there's no globals here, right? The Ashe arrow obviously doesn't move the team around. It's just a good stun that sets up the team on the rest of the side. But this is a more traditional comp here as well for both sides. They're going to have to position themselves well into one another. They're going to have to set up these fights sort of properly. They're not just able to turn them around lickety split anymore. This is I dare say an off meta composition pick from both of them because of that lack of globals.
I'm just trying to think about how we play this one out. I think it's difficult to see where the initial breakpoints will be, what we play around. I suppose it's the bot lane level 6, the Ashe and the Seraphine. I think both teams have to be super aware of that, have to be in bot lane at that time, and maybe that's where we get a massive fight.
And as you said, that hawk shot's going to be able to spot them out as we hit Summoner's Rift for game 2 of tonight's best of 3 series between GZ and DFM. DFM won the first game, so they are currently up as just a little cheeky poke comes down on a Kakun. Oh, now gangs down on that mana. Advantage GZ, Carrix.
Sure. Well, I like let's track every mana point. I like that. As they do clash early on, I don't think Kane is going to have very much fun early in this mid lane. It is ranged versus melee, but Akali against Victor is not super fun to play early on. Level 3, level 4 is when that Victor will start to swing that back, as DFM get chunked pretty badly.
Look, Seraphine does have a decent amount of long-range poke. That Q giving such a significant AoE, and when it's stacked up to 3 on the passive, that extra bit of damage is really, really, I want to say, unexpected so early in the game, right? And so you do have to respect it. You do have to avoid it. And it's hard because it's a big AoE there. We cut to top lane, it's trading. We cut to mid lane, it's trading. But the junglers, they're the only ones not yet trading Carrix, as we see our Husha on the top side of the GZ jungle, and we see Citrus on the bot side of the DFM jungle.
They are clearing the same way, of course. Mundo just kind of faster than everyone at the moment, does get ahead of Husha. This Aatrox, something I still really do need to be shown why we're going this Aatrox. We have now seen it in 2 different series, as Ejung just using the early power of Jax to just push forward. We'll just jump behind the tower, farm this one up, and then find a recall, I'm sure. Momo not really able to do anything about that. Gets the plate as well. Pretty much exactly what Ejung wants. But as I was saying, the Aatrox, I have not been super impressed with it so far. I haven't really seen a performance that warrants it being a first pick, because it was a first pick.
Yeah, they did place a lot of priority over on this one, so I suspect there was some kind of conversation that went on that Husha was like, get me Aatrox and I will carry this game. Like, it has to have significant impact. It has to prove its value and its worth here in the hands of Husha, but I think Husha can do it. Husha does have that experience and that play-making ability to get into these fights, to get these picks and turn it around. Obviously, if he goes the sort of bruiser build, he could end up being a very strong frontliner that DFM, I think, maybe in the mid-game would struggle to burst down, but once that Victor scales and comes online, it's a tall order.
Yeah, exactly. He kind of just runs out of Victor, and that's not what we want to be doing. We want to be coming from flanks. We want to be coming with some explosive plays. Now, of course, we do have that Ashe Seraphine to lock the Victor down, to extend fights. Seraphine adding the healing as well onto the Aatrox. Something Aatrox really loves is having an enchanter that can sort of keep him healthy through these fights. But we are starting to see we're hitting that level 4, level 5, and Keen is starting to take control of the mid lane.
Yeah, you love to see it. Keen in control on that control mage in that mid lane, being able to get that first wave shunned under turret, probably looking to punish this TP as well. It's always good to be able to chunk them out the moment they land and set them on the back foot. Keen still with a healthy amount of mana as well, may not be forced to recall just yet. We do see Citrus in that bot side of DFM. I'm wondering when we're going to see them roam around, maybe try and get these ganks. We do see that the jungle objectives will be starting to come up in around 20 seconds, so maybe get some action there. Unfortunately for DFM, GZ do have that priority in that bot side, and they also have a 10 CS advantage on Shun over Karkun for now.
Something we should be expecting is Ground Zero controlling this bot side. Playing into Ashe Seraphine can be pretty difficult. Citrus showing his face in mid. This will just be to push Jimmy in out, just giving a bit of support to Kane to catch this wave. There's no real kill potential, but there doesn't need to be.
Yeah, really nice cue there, though, into the dark, predicting exactly where Jimmyin was going to be. So a good showing from Citrus. I definitely... Ooh, there's a little... just a poke away. Just be like, hey, no, leave us alone. GZ have priority on this Drake. They will get this one uncontested, especially because Keen is also recalling now, having built himself a 10 CS advantage just to let Jimmyin collect those waves. But I do like that Citrus play on this Mundo, just walking through mid, rolling up into the top side here.
Yeah, just going to do the same thing. Just help his laners, secure the push, secure priority. Just Momo, again, they're not looking for the kill here. They're not going to go for the dive. This is a Jax with ult, a Jax with E. Just wants to make sure that this wave gets into the tower, make sure that Momo's in a better position to get his recall. But Ejung actually just really calling their bluff here. Not letting this wave crash, not letting this reset into a good position.
And definitely trying to prevent that recall, to slow that timing down, you know, put those lane states into his favor a bit more. But Citrus did the classic walk through the mid with Mundo, whereas Owner walks through the mid and doesn't chuck a Q, or when he does, he misses. Citrus showing Owner from the T1 LCK how it's done, walking through and hitting that
T1
Q
fans
onto
watching,
Jimmyin.
this is Logan's opinion, not mine. But Momo will be all outing, trying to recover, but Ejung with a W just brings down the lamp.
Yeah, well played there by Ejung, just taking out Momo. I suspect Momo was hoping to get Ejung under that turret, but it was too far of a distance, unfortunately, in this situation. And Momo pays with his life, giving first blood over to Izhang and that extra 100 gold for that first blood bounty. We do see Orca having rotated, having roamed, getting some vision control in that bot side river. So Shun is able to play forward a little safely. As we go to this replay, Momo stood there. Oh, missed the first Q. Izhang trading back, eking out that advantage. And then, yeah, okay. Izhang just out-handsing there, being able to avoid a lot of what Momo was trying to do.
It's pretty well done, no question. Just picking up that solo kill. Not what you want out of your K'Sante. You want your K'Sante to just be a solid rock in the top lane, but already 1,000 gold down. Not what we want from Momo. Game 1, he wasn't super impactful either, to be completely honest. Was much better than we've seen. We need to see him still stepping up. We need to see every game an improvement from Momo, and that's not what we want to see. Not the start we want to see.
Unfortunately, yeah, Momo was bullied earlier this weekend, 2 games back-to-back by Hero as well, and it looks like that bullying might continue here. Izhang already 30 CS ahead of Momo on this K'Sante, nearly a full level. So I think it's safe to say that the top is struggling a little bit as Keen throws down that ult, flashes forward?
Was the flash?
Keen?
Misclick?
It must have been. He's smiling, so surely that was a misclick there because there was nothing to come from that anyway. Unfortunately, handing over an advantage to Jimmy, and Jimmy saw that, so now they know that the mid laner of DFM has no flash. He's just opened himself up to a gank here.
He really has. Jimmy is about to reset as well. We'll go back up to that, back up to full health, pick up an item, probably wants that lost chapter early on, and then you just need to be calling Husha around that first Akali ultimate. I think Keen might be in some trouble.
Definitely. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see if GZ want to take advantage of that, you know, significant summoner spell being blown, or whether they want to put that priority in other lanes, as we do see Husha rotating around to the bot side of the GZ jungle right now. But Izhang has the run of this top lane. He's clearing these minion waves, getting that priority, shoving them under that turret. It's going to be really hard for DFM to contest any top side objectives, but it will be another 5 minutes before we see that. So Momo does have time to collect himself and try and find a way back in against this Jax of Izhang here. Keen TPing in. I think DFM are going to want to try and get some vision down on this Drake and maybe contest it, but they just don't have the priority except in mid lane, but that's shoved in right now too.
Yeah, we see the power of Izhang, just able to walk up to the tower, doesn't really have to respect Momo. Nothing much that the K'Sante can do to the Jax, can't lock him down enough to actually force a fight, and with the bot lane reset being spotted, Ground Zero just have all of the priority in the world. The Dragon is spawning in 3 seconds. I think they'll just pick that one up on spawn.
Yeah, they're already there, ready and waiting. Keen kind of walking in, but Jimmy is there to keep him away and let GZ take this second Drake for free.
Oh, Arrow comes in, finds, immediately comboed into the Seraphine, and Keen, I bet you wish you had Flash.
I dare say that Seraphine ult wasn't even needed. The stun from that Ash Arrow was still going. I think they had the damage, but they really wanted to make sure they pressed home that advantage in the mid lane. They secure themselves that Drake. They secure themselves that kill on the Keen, giving Jimmy that kill and that priority as he clears this wave, likely before a quick recall here. And GZ, in the first 11 minutes, find themselves 3,000 gold up. Here it is again. Just cleanly taking, throws out that enchanted crystal arrow, smack bang on the Keen. Nothing you can do. Yeah, that stun was still going as that Seraphine ult went down. So I dare say losing a little value by blowing so many cooldowns on that one. Some role quests are coming through though, Carrix.
They are starting to get completed. But the real quest is, how do we bail Keen out? Because you can see Jimmy able to just constantly move forward, constantly threaten the victor, and Akali that dominates lane is an Akali that will dominate the game.
I do like that win lane, win game, and that is what is happening here. I mean, GZ were just able to hand that kill over to Jimmy. Unfortunately, you know, Keen has completed that Rod of Ages now and will begin stacking that up. Citrus himself with the Heartsteel, becoming that Mundo that we all see in those TikTok highlight comms where it's push, push, push. He goes where he pleases. But if GZ are able to pull the trigger on this game early and win before Mundo gets a chance to scale, I find it difficult for DFM to have an answer if they don't have that beefy frontliner as a fight breaks out.
Well, we do have the 1v1 as Jimmy lands absolutely everything. Solos Keen out. The Ash Arrow goes wide, but Husha's just going to bear down on them. Citrus already having to pop the ult, pop the flash, as DFM are forced out of their own jungle.
Yeah, obviously that Ash Arrow missing, but it did split DFM down the middle. Husha was willing to walk into the midst of all of them.
Citrus, you can't do this. Citrus, you can't do this.
I don't know what that was, Carrix. That felt... I know what he wanted to do.
He's watched too much of the streams. As Kakun is in trouble, locked up. Husha just needs to bring down the sort of good Nami wave, and a good flash does get him out of there. But we see on the top side, Momo in trouble now. I maybe would have killed the tower there, Ejung. It was on 1 health, but Momo does turn it around, does get the solo kill back.
Yeah, well done to Momo there, being able to turn that one around on Ejung. But yeah, one auto would have dealt with that turret, and Ejung would have guaranteed himself the kill. He's still all smiles, though. I think he knows he has a very big advantage in this top lane matchup. Jimmy and on that Akali, though, being able to solo out Keen in this jungle side fight, even without the health advantage, just dodging perfectly. Forcing Keen to drop all the skills. Keen had already blown the ult early. And then we cut to this topside fight. That turret is just free firing on Ejung when it didn't have to. And Momo collects himself a tidy extra like 900 gold, if my quick math serves me correct there. Probably not enough to bring him back into the game. There's still a 1,500 gold lead on that top side, but it's definitely a step in the right direction as the DFM coach comms come through for the second time in 15 minutes here, Carrix.
And the coaches just need to come in, just really calm everyone down, just reassure them that, okay, things aren't great at the moment, but we still have... Sure, we still have ways to play, we still have things we can do. As Jimmy, and this is the real problem. I don't know who stops this Akali. I don't even know if the coaches can figure that out.
Akali is a really good pick here. Like you called, the burst damage, the maneuverability, it's going to be really, really hard to lock down. As we did see Husha get that Rift Herald and drop it immediately. GZ are here. They're going to look to take down this turret, which they do quite easily, and just shove their wave in before rotating around. That next Drake is in 15 seconds. This was a really well-timed... Oh, Shun.
Immediately, just the flash being burned out of Gang. You take that, no Nami flash right before this fight. She's extremely vulnerable. They'll bully Keen off this wave. I'm not sure if DFM can really step up to the Drake, and this should just be sole point for Ground Zero.
I think this Drake will be absolutely free. GZ, Husha, with that Rift Herald, timed it so well. They grabbed it, immediately dropped it, cracked open the tier 1, pressed home that advantage, and then rotated right on down to this Drake. They are now at soul point, and they now have that win condition coming online in 5 minutes when they get the soul. GZ are looking pretty good here, but they looked good in game 1 as well, and they let that one slip away. But this is a completely different comp, Carrix. I think they have all the tools they need to actually close this one out.
I think they do. You'd certainly hope they have all the tools. We don't have the really obvious dynamic combo that we did in game 1 for DFM, because we were in a similar scenario. I think Ground Zero at this point we're up around about the same, maybe a little bit less in game 1 as Citrus is caught out, but of course that passive preventing the pullback. But without having something like a Nocturne Oriana, I'm not sure what the buttons for DFM are that really turn this around.
Obviously, their damage dealers in this game being Keen and Corky, because the Cassante and the Mundo and Nami not really famous for their damage. Ooh, Momo.
Yeah, he's in trouble, has to flash away, and now another tower mining for GZ. They'll just pick up a few tower plates and then back off, once again winning out on the play.
Yeah, really good use of pressure there, getting that priority, forcing Momo away, getting the flash out of him. But we were just talking about damage options here. The Victor needs time to scale, and Corky really needs more than just the Trinity Force to do significant damage. We do see Shun with 2 fully completed items, so has an advantage on that bot side. But GZ, they've built themselves a high damage comp. That Ashe, that Akali, even Aatrox can deal significant damage, and then they've got the lane splitting monster that is Jax. It's going to be difficult for DFM to find their way back into this one. I feel like even if they secure a pick, they don't have the follow-up tools to really drive home that pressure.
I think I just agree with you. I don't necessarily have anything to really add. I think you're just kind of nailing it. It's a minute to Baron. It's 2.5 minutes to Soul Point. I think that 2.5 minute timer is much more important. What can DFM secure in that time to get back into this?
So the obvious and immediate answer is they need to get their waves pushed out, because right now GZ have all of the priority. They have their waves crashing in every single lane, which has got DFM on the back foot. They need to be able to bounce these waves, turn them around. But GZ are just working together too well. They're synergizing too well here. It's a tall order, and they're going to keep them pressured for the next 30 seconds. They're just collapsing quicker. They're collapsing better. But DFM, it's a tall order to get them back in this game. They've got the 2 teleports, so they can match the movements of GZ. They don't have the range to match up into the damage of the bot side that GZ want to bring to bear. I really think it's going to have to be a mistake from GZ that gives DFM that in. DFM are going to have to pick it up and then punish them hard for it here, Carrix.
I agree. And once again, I just agree. I sound like a broken record. I think you're just kind of nailing it. I think Kakun, he's 0-0 at the moment, should be able to flip that Muramana in time for this Hextech Soul fight. Citrus, I think he's going to struggle. I think walking as a Mundo into this, into the face of the Aatrox, of the Jax, and of course the combo, and Cleanse being burned a minute before Dragon is a disaster.
I really don't think he had to cleanse there. It was 2 GZ versus 4 DFM. It almost feels like that was a... It feels like it was a natural reflex, you know? AD gets stun cleanse. As we do see DFM, Shun just fearlessly poking into 4 of DFM on his own here. Does have that slow though, so could probably kite them out. The 3rd and final DFM coach comp has been used. As Carrix, this is shaping up to be the fight, I think, here. It could be Soul for GZ, or DFM could slow this dragon stacking, but GZ has so much priority right now. It's going to be hard for DFM to answer this.
This is what's tricky, is you cannot give Hextech Soul up to this competition. You can't let Ashe Seraphine have that poke, have that long-range slow. But if Ground Zero realize we don't like this fight, they don't have to take it. This is the eternal problem with the when you allow the dragon stacking and Ejung, he's not spotted. They have no idea he's here, and they're even calling in a teleport. Keen will spot one now. Jimian will be spotted as well. Momo is where they engage first, but they land the combo onto Kakun. Has to Valkyrie out. Seraphine will go across the top, bring in the Mundo. Jimian's got his first. He wants more. He'll find more as well as they dive on forward. Husha is ending worlds, closing Mundo's business as they wipe DFM out.
That was an absolute routing, a clean ace over to GZ. They're going to run straight to Baron and knock that one down while Ejung just solos the Drake. They took the team fight. They're going to take the Baron. They're going to collect the Soul. They've collected the Infinity Stones here, and I do not see how DFM can overcome this snap that GZ are going to bring to bear against their base Carricks. That was just clean fighting out of GZ. Oh, as Ejung lets the Drake go. Didn't expect that one.
Ejung realizing maybe he couldn't take it fast enough. The reset timers are still not super long. And of course, GZ can use that to get another fight as we look at this replay.
Yeah, Shun getting that Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Kakun, getting him below 50%, really just keeps him so far out of this fight. And Husha, being that frontliner that I said Aatrox can definitely be, whilst delivering that damage, flashing forward aggressively to kill Kakun, just frontlined so beautifully. It's like when you see a Gwen being a mega frontline threat. It's the same here with Aatrox. He's online. This is why it was their first pick. Husha said, give me Aatrox, I can carry. And he's proving he can do it right here, right now, Carricks. Is Momo trying to solo the team?
Momo, what have we done, Zo? As he's just caught out, Kakun tries to save him, but really shouldn't have. Ejung is going to break the base, taking an inhib tower, and DFM are collapsing like a house of cards.
Yeah, that one felt really weird by Momo. I feel like maybe he saw he could 1v2, but...
Oh, and they're just going to end it here. They've cleaned up Keen. They go into the backside to take out Gang. Citrus, the only one left alive. Mundo goes where he pleases, but not this time. Ground Zero recover from that game 1 misstep to put us to a game number 3.
I do love me 3 games of League of Legends Carricks. That was sublime. That was clean out of Ground Zero Gaming here as they take game 2 in just under 25 minutes. That is so fast. I'm actually really impressed with the way GZ bounced back. And both teams obviously drafted the more traditional comp, that less semi-global, global ult ability, and GZ just got the better of DFM. It looked like they had them from the start, and they just kept driving that advantage home. Husha, with that confidence on that Aatrox, really showed why that first pick priority was so valuable. And we look at these damage meters, Momo got run off the rift. Husha nearly out-damaging even Keen's Victor. Jimmy and Zakali putting in so much work. Shun, though, topping the meters with that Ashe Carricks.
Just constantly able to use those volleys, get that poke down. And I mean, looking at this first clip, we kind of see how hard Momo was getting bullied, just really unable to do anything in this game. I think he just goes down here. I couldn't quite remember what the clip was, but it was hard for him to do anything on this Cassante. That Ashe arrow was so cheeky. Set up a very easy kill onto Keen. And it sort of just went from bad to worse. This was a little bit of a silly one, perhaps, from Jax, but it doesn't really matter. He got the tower in the end, and they just dominated this game. Every highlight here is going to be a Ground Zero highlight.
Yeah, this is definitely a GZ highlight reel, this game. They knew their targets. They knew how to team fight. This is the synergy that you want to see out of them. Clearly, whomsoever is shot calling is making the right calls because they just made mincemeat out of them. They clean aced into a Baron and then went and picked up the Soul and ended the game less than 2 minutes later. it felt like DFM were just never here. They were never in this game tonight, Carrick's, which is a wild turnaround from game 1.
Yeah. After game 1, I was not expecting Ground Zero to bounce back quite as well as they did, but they really, really did. They dominated game 2, and is game 3 going to go a similar way?
I genuinely hope not. I genuinely hope that it is a close game, because I always love being on the edge of my seat going, oh, who is going to win this one, you know? But, I mean, to shout him out just one more time for that game 2, I really did love the confidence of Husha. It just tells me that there was a call made. He's like, give me Aatrox, I will win. And it happened. They did. They played around Husha in those front lines. He was able to find those backline engages and take out those ADs. He was just everywhere. And Jimmian was basically allowed to just free hit on that Akali. He was able to 1v1 Keen down, and in those team fights, dancing everywhere. Clean aces.
Pretty much. I'm struggling to find things to add. They drafted this composition that was built around these massive combos. They were built around landing long-range Ash arrows, followed up by the Seraphine to let Jimmian sort of dance around the backline. But in the end, that didn't really need to happen. They sort of landed it once or twice. They were certainly capable of landing it, but they just kind of didn't bother. Game 3, we'll have to see if it's as easy, because I'd say, you know, game 1 was hard fought. Game 2 was very easy for Ground Zero. So I'm hoping for a hard fought game 3.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm looking forward to that Jeezy Peasy game 3, but we'll have to get to it after this break, where we're made for this in the LCP. We'll see you in a minute.
Darkness can never kill.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know.
Hiện tại là LCP bên ở thời điểm hiện tại thì đã thay đổi cũng như là củng cố rất là nhiều thành viên khác nhau đến từ rất là nhiều chỗ khác nhau, nên là rất là khó đánh giá mọi người, và người rất lâu nhất thì có lẽ là CFO. Hiện tại thì chưa thi đấu cũng như là chưa có làm quen gọi là bắt lửa nhiều, nên là cũng rất là khó đánh giá. Với việc qua GAM và mình không làm đội trưởng nữa thì mình cảm thấy khá là thoải mái và nhẹ nhõm. Như cá nhân mình phải giữ những thứ mình đã làm trước kia khi mà làm đội trưởng, để mình còn được làm đội trưởng cho chính bản thân của mình. Mình thấy anh huấn luyện viên mới rất là vui tính và vui vẻ với lại nhiệt huyết trong công việc. Ban đầu thì tụi mình rất là khó khăn trong khoảng giao tiếp, nhưng mà dần dần thì tụi mình cũng đã tìm hướng giải quyết để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn. Nên là bây giờ cho tới hiện tại thì bọn mình đã rất dễ dàng để làm việc với nhau. Mình muốn nói với Taki với mình rằng là đã rời đi thì hãy chìm trong thất bại, người ở lại thì luôn có chiến thắng.
まあ、新しく加入したケインだったりだとか、シトラスたくさんコールする選手なので、そういったコールが、それぞれで噛み合っていけばもうどんどん強いチームになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。
そうだな、なんか久しぶりに会ったアリアはすごい冷たい選手のように見えたんですけど、全然そんなことはなくて、僕が体調悪い時にはエビ体調大丈夫？心配してくれたり変わってませんでした。 他的打法应该比较偏向支援队友的类型，而我是在线上自己做压制。会有啊，想起很多的回忆啊，就也希望他可以跟我一起进步吧。只是说非常期待啊，希望你真的会付出。
没有到那么好，感觉我们的默契还需要配合一阵子，然后沟通的方面也要加强。
我觉得我们算是一个新的队伍嘛，因为其实我们像是 Shadow、汹涌跟2骑士加入，那我们目前也是在处理一些沟通上的问题，然后也很努力在教汹涌一些简单的中文。大家可以期待一下我们的沟通就比去年更烂了。
队伍状况的话，目前可能还处于比较不安定的状况。对粉丝说的话就谢谢你们支持，然后我们会努力的。CFO，因为我们这一队都是跟 CFO 有一些渊源嘛，就是可能是淘汰掉了或者被就是不被选上的这样。我是不被选上的。
Hiện tại là
And welcome back to the LCP. Tonight we have a game 3 in this best of series between GZ and DFM. I am so keen that this game has gone to a third, Carrix. I wasn't expecting it, so I'm pleasantly surprised. I love the DFM we got in game 1. I'm stunned by the GZ we got in game 2. I'm just wondering what we can see in game 3, Carrix. Tell me, what are you hoping here for, mate?
Oh, lots of things I'm hoping for. $1 million, but no. Jokes aside, I just want a closer game. I agree with you. This wasn't the series I expected to go to 3. I thought we were going to have a really, really high octane first series that was going to go to 3. That ended up being a little bit of a fizzle, as Team Secret Wales just seemed to be so much better on the day. But moving into this series, we do have the distance. DFM have shown that they can win the game, and they won the game 1 in a really exciting fashion, in the sense that they didn't just lose. I should rephrase. They didn't just win out early and then carry that lead through and then win. They actually were down early. They fought back. They showed a lot of resilience. Gives me hope that, yeah, okay, game 2 didn't go their way. They kind of got washed. but that resilience still is there. They are still able to come back and show that they are a team to watch out for, a team to care about. In terms of specific things I'm looking for, I need Momo to do a little bit more. That's where I've really been a bit disappointed with DFM. I need them to play around him and try and get him on the front foot.
They definitely need to bring tools to bear on that top side to bolster up what is unfortunately proving to be a bit of a weak point in Momo on that top side. I do want to see Momo given sort of priority pick. I do want to see him get a comfort champion. He has played a fair bit of Renekton, so potentially that could work in his favor if the draft, if the comp is good for it. I really do think if we see the playmaking tools handed over to DFM, they could be the ones to surprise GZ. But here in the draft, that Rise, I really, really like that Rise is now climbing in that priority for bans, removing that global tool. We also have J4 being removed, so unable to sort of get that easy access into the backlines. But unusually, an early ban toward the Silas Carricks.
I want to know what they think this Silas is. What information do they have? Because it seems like it's being banned out in weird spots. Like it's typically used as this counterbalance to the Malphite. It blocks out the Malphite, but the Malphite was banned. But the Silas goes with it. The first pick is going to be that Aurora. I hope that's in the top lane. I hope that's for Momo.
I mean, Aurora in top lane has been picked so many times here in the LCP already that it absolutely would not surprise me. You know, like any ranged top laner, it's designed to get that early lead, that early game advantage to bully out that melee top laner that you would traditionally expect. But revealing it that early, I wonder what GZ could pick into it. You know what? I would love to just see an unhinged, just throw a Vayne in the top side. Just to get that range mix up going. But we do see a Nico picked up and a Kai'Sa here for Shun. So they're really giving Shun the tools he needs to be that strong AD carry to run this game over for GZ.
And they're already picking things that stop DFM playing the same playstyle they played in Game 1. Obviously, the champions would have to be different because we're playing Fearless, which we all love, of course. But you can't just let Keen have like something he can sit back on, because you will be able to have Shun diving into the backside on the Kai'Sa, constantly able to bring his damage to bear, which he couldn't in Game 1. He had the Varus, he built that on-hit Varus, and just unable to get the auto attacks off, actually get that damage down. But this is another pick that has snuck through. The Pantheon will be in for Citrus.
I like this pick. As soon as I saw that hover, as soon as I saw that lock in, I just wanted to scream yes, because this is that global priority that could give them that edge, that could give them those unfair fights in lane. When DFM have that player advantage, they can definitely win the fights. So this really helps them get that advantage. You've got that Renekton who can frontline so effectively, the Pantheon who can frontline, and then you've got Aurora who is just ready to take 50% of the enemy's AD's health bar. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far out of DFM, and the response from GZ is the Xin Zhao in that jungle. That Crescent Guard could definitely prove very valuable to protect the likes of that Kai'Sa, but I'm interested to see what... It's a Bard. They want to remove that Tempered Fate. They want to stop that playmaking coming out of that support there for Gang.
One thing I just want to point out with that Xin Zhao, I think in particular, you mentioned the Crescent Guard, but what it's so valuable on is if the Pantheon jumps in, you just immediately Crescent Guard, and he has to come in alone. Gives you the time to actually just put the burst into him. He'll obviously have that E to buy himself a moment, but Kai'Sa can play it close enough range that she can get in, be on top of the Xin Zhao. When the Crescent Guard happens, you sort of use it as pseudo protection for both of them. Something I really like. I really like Husha's pick of the Xin Zhao here.
Husha has been picking very, very well this evening. That Aatrox, this Xin Zhao, and more. As we do see the final ban from GZ come through with that Yunara. Yunara proving to be a higher priority bot laner here. They definitely are not wanting to hand that one over to Karkun, as DFM respected and banned that Syndra. So that's interesting because Keen has played Syndra, but it doesn't look like Jimmian has yet. So maybe they've seen him scrimming, maybe they've seen him practicing on Syndra, and they're like, no, we don't want to let you have that. We don't want to let you stop our dives in, because Syndra has that ability to just push you all away. But a Na for top side, so Zhang Na here into Momo Renekton. Okay, I like it.
It is seen as sort of that traditional good matchup into Renekton, just able to play at range, able to just diffuse the Renekton bomb. Will also be able to do that similar thing to the Syndra. Not quite as reliable, is reliant on when the Na bar is full, but can definitely shove back DFM, stop this explosive engage, which has only gotten more explosive with Gang going towards Rel.
Rel is such a good choice. I love Rel as a support. Oh,
no. Yeah, those are just hunters. They're just having fun.
Yeah, but if we call it so Siva, Smolder, Twitch, Smolder, Siva, who's it gonna be? And then
they slammed the Smolder. Okay.
All right, they're going to play for the late game. They're going to play, they want to scale and win sort of after 25, 30 minutes, I reckon, with this pick. They've just got to make sure that they protect that Smolder in the early game, because Smolder is known to be very, very weak in that early game, and just let them scale, protect them, give them that space. I'm really keen to see how this Smolder plays out, because it hasn't even seen the Rift here in the LCP for 2026 yet. Carricks, as we do get our final lock-ins at Ari in the mid lane into the Aurora mid lane.
I don't know if Smolder's really seeing play anywhere at the moment. I certainly haven't seen him. This is a really interesting pick. Is able to sit back at very long range, obviously, just call Mum down from the heavens. I don't know how I feel about it. How does the Smolder actually interact in this comp?
I do like the range advantage that it is going to have over that Kai'Sa early, but I think once Kai'Sa comes online, she'll be able to close that gap and really 1v1 Smolder. So it's going to be about protecting the president. I really think DFM are going to have to put their eggs in that Smolder basket. Maybe even into Citrus with that Pantheon, but as you say, it feels like GZ have the tools to repel any Pantheon engage. It will be interesting to see how they play it out. I want to say the early game advantage is going to go over to GZ here with this one, but I hope DFM are able to keep it together, put Karkun in a good place, and we get a really, really close and competitive Game 3 overall, Carricks. As we are getting ready to hit the Rift, both comps are assembled, and here we are, Game 3 of tonight's best of 3 series between GZ and DFM. We're on the Rift.
And I did just go have a look. In Tier 1 regions, do you want to guess how many times Smolder has been played so far this year?
1.
It's not 0. I'll give you the hint. It's not 0. It is 1. Correct. Would you like to guess his win rate?
0%.
0%. You're correct. It is 0%. So Karkun in the position to really improve that up to 50% if he can find the way to make this work, because we haven't seen Smolder in so long. With the new items, the new systems, he is just a bit of an enigma.
I would definitely expect Karkun to be building towards Essence Reaver first. With the changes, it has such good natural synergy with that Q poke on the Smolder. But I would like to point out that both ADs have picked up that cleanse. Both of them really do not want to get CC'd. They don't want to get shut down. And that cleanse will help with that significantly. And another difference, all right, it looks like Jimmian has Flash on D and Teleport on F, but Keen has it the other way around, so...
Okay, which way do you do it? This actually determines, like, we're a fairly new caster duo. This might have impact on whether or not we can stay friends. Which one do you put Flash on?
Flash goes on F.
All right, I'm out of here. Sorry, fellas, you're going to solo cast this one. Flash is on D.
I do like, though, where these junglers are. They are both down on the bot side now. I mean, no. You know what? No. You can see that Flash isn't always on D. There's variety here. There's flashes on D and F. So I think it's personal preference. I don't think it's as clear cut as you're making it out to be.
I think there are people that are right, there are people that are wrong. But we have to deal with people that are wrong every day of our lives, Logan. Moving away from the most important debate of our time, of course, it is the early push here for Ground Zero, pushing this Smolder back under his tower. Not surprising, again, it is Nico. It's a range support into the rel. This is none too surprising. Both junglers will be on this side of the map. Pantheon with the first rollout towards Crab. And with Keen moving down as well, I think DFM have just put enough into this, but a teleport will be used. They want to get this party started early, going immediately in onto Citrus. He has to flash away, and that's our Crab, says Ground Zero.
For a scuttle crab, my goodness.
Well, I do want to just go, it's not actually that crazy. Jimmy was TPing back to lane anyway. The difference between TPing to that ward, TPing to your tower is kind of cosmetic. It's just a good heads up play there and does secure the Scuttle Crab. Will be split with Citrus on the top side regardless.
I do
actually,
like
maybe not.
Play.
It is going to be a double Scuttle.
Ooh, very nice. That's a decent little advantage in the jungle then for Husha. But I do like that play that Jimmy, as you said, heads up, TP'd right in on the Scuttle Crab. It's literally 2 seconds away from the mid lane. I don't think he missed anything by doing that either. As we just go to these top laners, they're just having a bit of a biffo, a bit of a powwow, you know, as they do. I swear top laners are best friends. They refuse to all in each other every single time. And that's what tells me that, you know, outside these games, they have a chat. They go, hey, you just want to farm for half an hour? And they go, yeah, you know what? Let's do that. But Momo breaks that trend.
I wish top lane was like that. Top lane is a fighting pit in my experience. As Momo does bring what is Renekton's weapon? What is it? Is it a glaive? Someone in chat.
I was going to say they feel like glaives,
my problem is I'm a nerd and it's a bat'leth from Star Trek. But anyway,
nice.
I don't need to expose myself too much. As all spotted here, DFM able to move in and just steal away a Raptor camp.
I do love that Orca transformed into Kaiser there, like it changed anything.
We can see attack range.
True. It's good. I like it. As that Drake has entered the rift at that 5-minute mark, Karkun just farming up, has hit those 26 stacks, unlocking that first explosive AoE Q for that Smolder, doing well to keep up in the CS department. But right now, GZ is slightly ahead in every lane, which is totaled 500 gold at 5 minutes. So not too bad. Not too bad at all. I do wonder who's going to pull the trigger on this Drake. I think it might be GZ. They do have the numbers advantage in this bot side, but they don't have priority advantage in bot or mid right now.
Is about to swing in their favor. On the bot side, we do see Husha just recalling for now. His top side will be respawning, so that's kind of what he wants to think about at the moment. I think he'll go around bot side, maybe make an appearance mid, just try and get some vision, and then kind of has to go clear his top side to not fall too far behind to Citrus.
And this is a better top side play out of Momo right now.
They're gonna clash. They're gonna clash at the Scuttle.
Yeah, look at it. Ping's coming down, TP's coming down. It's going to be that bot side action around this Dragon Pit.
The Unleashed teleport coming in. They just go immediately in onto Husha. The Between Worlds is used, but the damage is all going Ground Zero's way as they just destroy DFM. And they told you last time, this is our crap.
They are willing to all in for this crab. It was a great start to the play. They absolutely dived onto Husha, but GZ just had that follow-up damage. Jimmy got a really good charm off onto Citrus, I think it was, and Citrus just sat there tanking so much. Okay, so Citrus is here already. The TP comes through. The Q out, the crash down is flashed away, and that between worlds, so much value there in that fight. It did so much damage, and I feel like Karkun was a little too slow to rotate around to keep that number equal, right? I feel like they fought at a disadvantage from the get-go, so I would like to have seen Karkun move a bit quicker to help his team in that fight. And now Citrus is down to his counterpart, Husha.
I honestly feel like DFM just underestimated how much of psychopath Ground Zeroes can be. I saw the TP coming in from the rel. I was like, okay, you just back off. Like, that was a pretty heads-up play by Gang. You just go, okay, he used the TP. Maybe he can't come to Grubs or something like that. You just give up the crap. But no, they call in everyone, and they firmly show that the river is theirs. And I just don't think Karkun was ready for that, because you're right. If you're going to fight for that, he has to be there. But he also really doesn't want to be there. He's a smolder at 8 minutes. He's a little baby.
Just a wee little baby. Hasn't farmed those stacks up yet. Not doing the kind of damage that a Kai'Sa can do in that sort of 1v1 situation as well if they were to face off. We do see the DFM coach comms coming through. So for those of you who aren't aware, for those of you who see these coach comm cams popping up from time to time, this is something new to the LCP and LCK this split. It came through in patch 26.1 as we...
Oh, an engage does come in. This time Orca is caught out, has to run away, will get found, but can they keep this going? Gang is low, Jimmy and desperately trying to find the damage. Can't find it, eventually gets there, will get the reset on the ultimate, but lets him go back over the wall, constantly dashing in and out, rewarded with 2.
Well played by GZ there. That was a good engage to start the fight by Citrus and Gang, but it took them too long to try and get that lethal damage down. Ultimately, they weren't even... They got Orca. Okay. So ultimately, they were able to get Orca, but it just took way too long to kill. As we see it here again, the nice, crash down flash to guarantee Orca here, not dying, really helped GZ get that damage down onto Gang, onto Citrus, and win that fight, despite it being a 2v3 at this time. And then Shun coming in later, Keen having to flash. So many advantages gained there by GZ. The flashes critically now burned on Keen, burned on Citrus. Gang has that Hex flash, so no big loss there, but they just have those playmaking tools available to them.
Ooh, Momo's in trouble here. Ejung, oh, doesn't go for it. I feel like with the Narbar building, he could have kept going there. Jimmyin walking it out, but can't walk fast enough as Keen will find him, get a shutdown. Good fight back by DFM.
Nice way to come back into that game, getting that shutdown onto Jimmyin, as we do see these two top laners going at it.
Yeah, and Ejung is mega. Not when you want to fight this now. Throws another rock, goes back into the ranged form, but Husha comes in flashing. Oh, sorry, never mind. It wasn't Momo flashing, of course, as they secure themselves a kill and Momo is put behind.
So we cut back to this mid... Yeah, okay, the Pantheon ult over the top, gets the stun. Great charm from Jimmyin, though, to really punish Citrus there, making him take a lot of under-turret damage. So he's forced to recall, which gives Husha that topside priority to get these grubs uncontested. Straight after, Husha's gone topside to collect that kill that Ejung set up for him so nicely onto that Momo Renekton there. We've got some clean gameplay coming out of GZ so far. I would love to see DFM put a couple of plays together as well, but as we said, I feel like this is how the early game was going to go. Karkun on that Smolder needs that time to scale up and become that overwhelming threat that we do know Smolder is capable of, as he does rotate around to help Citrus get this first Drake of the game and first for DFM.
A nice little win there for DFM. They do recognize that the resets were coming through, able to get that one against the Tide. I don't think Ground Zero will be worrying too much as Momo again in trouble, just not respecting this Naba. Ijung is going to go into the Mega Knight form, smack him into the wall. Again, I feel like he could have kept that fight going, but he's just playing it very safe, and he's just got full control. He's nearly 20 CS ahead, and Momo is on Renekton. You can't be falling behind.
Ijung does look like he has the run of that lane. It almost feels like he was happy to just go 1-for-1 and trade evenly in the top side until maybe Momo aggressed on him and Ijung was like, nope.
Oh, hang on a second. We have another engage coming in. Mum has been called. Worlds have been betweened as DFM are on the run. Orca went down as well. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment, but not exactly a fair one. Can they get back to the tower? Jimmian looking for a charm. Does land it, immediately cleansed by Karkun.
I think that'll end. They're going to break away here from that fight. Ultimately, no more than a 1-for-1, but support for jungler, you take that every day of the week. Unfortunately, that is the support's lot in life. It is your job to die for the team. Is Ijung?
It's not going to get better.
Bullying. It's not. It's just poor Momo. I need Momo to get help. Like, when I say that, I mean, I need Citrus to help Momo is what I need here. Momo needs a win.
No,
Momo
I like the original point.
As we do see those role quests start to be completed here, 3 on the side of GZ, 3 on the side of DFM. And GZ, as I was saying earlier, they call in their coach comms. This is new to the LCP and LCK here from patch 26.1. It's a way for the coaches to be able to sort of help out their teams. It's a 45-second allotment. You get 3 per game. The difference between the LCP and the LCK is the LCP does not broadcast the coach comms to the viewers. The LCK,
I'm going to be so real.
However, yeah.
I don't think they should be broadcast. I'm so anti-broadcasting any in-game comms. I think because the reason is, and I'm not going to make a huge point out of this because I don't think it's not a really big deal. I think sometimes you have to say rude things to your team, and I'm not talking about like being mean to other players. Sometimes you just need to say things about the enemy laners that you don't really think, but you need to say it in the moment to hype yourself up. And I don't think you should you don't have to worry about people hearing that.
I don't think that they should be broadcast because it, in my opinion, affects competitive integrity from the perspective of you hear a coach providing strategic information, you now know for similar situations in the future what direction they might want to go with it, right? So I really do like how the LCP has approached this. They kind of keep it secret, keep it safe. They show that it's happening. We all know that it's happening. And it also creates this environment of conversation, what we imagine could be being said. And I find that entertaining as well, as we just see some cheeky poking, some fight for vision control. That Rift Herald has now spawned, and GZ is blocking the way in if they do want to contest it.
They're gonna try though, as Gang is stepping up, crashes down over the wall though. Decides not to pull the trigger. I think they might just have to give this one up, but at the same time, you can't just give everything up. You do have the Pantheon, you do have the Rel, you have the numbers here, as GZ will surrender the river for now. A Kaiser W thumps in, does land. Teleport being used. The Nar will have an enormous Pop Blossom to start the fight. DFM are so done as they're wiped out of this fight. Between two worlds, it's only going to get Keen a little bit of distance, does get into the tower, but GZ clean them up.
I was so scared that was going to be a clean ace coming out of GZ. DFM did well to escape and survive there with their mid and bot laners. But GZ, they let DFM in, which I think was like a false sense of security that they gave. And then they pulled the trigger and punished them so hard. Got that advantage for themselves in that team fight, won it, and then turned it around. As we see this Pop Blossom onto 3 out of 4, you almost couldn't ask for better than that. It is a good response to throw Mum down over the top of the grouped up members of GZ. But at this point in the game, it's just not enough damage to be able to answer back. And that Na TP in, as well as Xin Zhao, they just had that front line that DFM didn't and were able to push through and take the fight. What I also noticed is that while the fight was sort of brewing, Zhang was on that bot side, taking those turret plates, building that lead, and then they've been able to go back there and take that turret down, but they put the gold onto Shun in accelerating that Kaiser's lead over Karkun. And then they get the Drake.
They kind of get everything. It's hard for DFM to do very much. I feel like their composition is so much about just going in, deathballing a little bit. I don't think that's going to work out, so I think they have to go to plan B, which is protect Karkun at all costs, give him every minion on the map, and pray that he becomes a big, strong, healthy dragon.
I mean, he has just hit 150 stacks, so the next big threshold is that 225. So it will be interesting to see how quickly he can get to it. He is keeping up with the CS, so the only difference in the gold here is those 3 kills that Shun has, and notably, none of them are on this Smolder. So Karkun currently playing safe enough, playing well to keep up in that CS department, but it is the team fight so far where the wheels have fallen off the DFM bus. As GZ here, gang flashing forward, Jimmy and misses the charm. Oof.
Does miss,
Ultimately,
but everyone will just disengage. Go back to farming for a little bit. There is nothing on the map to fight over. Not that that ever stops these teams.
True, true. Jimmy did burn that ult to make sure he would be safe down there on that bot side. So, you know, small wins. DFM have that little advantage there, but GZ have a much bigger advantage in their 6,500 gold lead at 18 minutes, which is not insubstantial at this time, Carrix. Karkun here, going for a recall. Shun thinking about, yep, the Q poke, the cheeky recall stopper there.
Zhang just shoving this wave in, keeping Momo corralled on this top side. Now about 60 CS down, 2,500 gold down in the direct matchup, despite only 3 assists on Zhang. This is a real problem here for DFM. What do we do to fix this? How do we get Momo back into this game?
I frankly think at this point, it's so difficult that it may not be possible. Momo
he does still
down.
have a W and a flash.
I mean, yeah, but then it needs a follow-up. I don't think a Renekton is going to be able to do that on his own, especially into this GZ team. I mean, look at Shun aggressing on the Karkun under the turret, willing to take that shot. I just want to see someone, anyone, link up with Momo and get a gank, right? Right now, it's still Zhang and Momo scrapping it out in the top lane for the most part. It feels like when Zhang is pushed up so aggressively, he's never punished either, even when there's no other GZ people around. Like Husha, I don't think Husha's had to go to the top side because Zhang's never been under threat. It's just let him roam around in the mid and bot side. Momo needs help. It's as simple as that.
And that's such the tricky part about your top laner, is that they're so isolated up on the top side. The objective is just like not really there. Baron, you know, at 20 minutes is not a real objective. He's just kind of saying hello. You have to play around bot side so heavily. If Citrus goes up there, even if they kill Zhang, and frankly, that's not guaranteed, what do you lose on the other side of the map?
Yeah, GZ read these plays and they go, all right, if we're going to lose this fight up top, we're going to get some value out of it. And then they overload a lane where that absence of the DFM member is noticed. It was what Zhang was doing earlier before that team fight broke out. No one was there to stop him. So he started shoving in that bot side tier 1 of DFMs. It's those cross-map plays. It's that tempo loss and gain depending on which side you're on, as Husha just dives for Keen, but Keen reacts very quickly there.
does manage to dance away. Should be able to clear out most of this wave as well. Jimmy will just try and push it into the tower. Shun playing very safe here, but moves in, wants to get some down onto Kakun, and oh my word, look at the immediate snap call there. They go in, Pop Blossom does go wide, but Gang is just running to nowhere. 2 kills immediately picked up, and they're going to work directly over to the big purple worm.
They definitely have the advantage. It's 5v3 right now. Excellent proactivity.
This goes
excellent
down so fast as well.
I mean, it's Shun on a Kaiser. It's going to melt
Yeah.
as we do see a TP come through from DFM to contest this.
I don't think they can, though. I think the best they've got is Citrus finding a way in to get a smite steal, but Jimmy played the bouncer so well. They're going to try and fight on the way out, but the teleport was seen. Momo just dies doing nothing.
Absolutely melts there. I can only imagine how fast an AD or mid laner would have gone down. And that was Momo, who was supposed to be their tank, but he did not look tanky right there. That was a late deep TP. And I saw the vision for a moment there with the observer toggle. DFM had none. So it feels strange that they would even approach, especially in that 5v3 situation. GZ look to be running this rift right now. They have the grubs, they have a Drake, but most importantly, they have that Baron buff and the team fighting. They're just looking for these fights everywhere, Carrix.
And there's no reason not to. They just need to keep pressing the advantage. Every play is a good play. If they can ever catch any DFM members overextended, not immediately under the safety of their towers, in the safety of their death ball, it's just going to be kills. It's just going to be more and more gold, more and more tempo, more and more map space. And GZ, they want to wrap this one up.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to break their earlier game where they won in just under 25 minutes. Oh, that Aegis from Citrus.
Ooh, they're going to go in on the Magnastorm, doing their best. It's a good amount of damage from the Smolder. Orca will go down, but now Jimmy enters the fight. Shun flies into the backside. They're going to zone Kakun out. He has to flap away. Keen gone as well. The Aurora removed from the fight. Double kill for Shun. Citrus desperately running. The W doesn't quite land. I don't think it would have killed anyway, as Husha will herd him away. W flash. Wind becomes light. Citrus becomes dead, and they're bearing down on the Nexus towers. Kakun, the only one here for 20 seconds. Gang will rejoin him. Can they actually clear this wave out?
This is devastating, Carrix. This...
Oh, okay. When if we're going to step like that, then yes, they can clear this wave out.
That's very, very tidy. You know what? That was Shun just being like, here, have a shutdown, get some extra gold, see if you can come back into this one. As we do see GZ push in DFM's base. They got 2 inhibitor turrets. They got an inhibitor. Gang got a good engage here onto 2. But I would argue that it's the wrong 2, as Orca is able to counter with that Pop Blossom because he lived long enough. And then GZ just have free reign here. Shun going so deep, taking out the DFM mid laner. When with all of that priority, Ground Zero are able to turn it into their second Drake of the game. And that Baron power play, sitting at nearly 5,000 gold, Carrix. That might just be the biggest power play I've seen so far. GZ, they're looking in fine form.
Fine form is almost an understatement. This is what we wanted to see out of this team. We were saying they were so much better than a 1-3 record really belied. And game 1, we didn't see that. Game 2, we saw a very dominant performance, and we're seeing that again here in game 3. They've caught on to Gang. The Pop Blossom will find Citrus as well, and they are just carving through. Jimmy just charging forward, trying to find a charm. Can he find one? I don't think the cooldown's quite come back. Momo will get to the tower, but you see they're between 2 towers and then still just flying forward.
Yeah, this is oppressive, quite frankly. DFM, unfortunately, are in a situation where they do not have answers. Jimmy just aggressing forward, flashed to charm up Momo there.
And this is them taking the win 2-1 for Ground Zero as they keep DFM winless. They move up to 2-3 and they continue their climb back in the LCP.
I really liked this game. It was good to start, but then GZ just absolutely put the pedal to the metal and pulled away. They left DFM in their rear vision mirror, and unfortunately, DFM did not have any answers here, as we do see the players just doing the respectful head nod and the fist bump, the bit of thank you for the game, GG, well played, and they take to the stage to bow for their well-earned 2-1 series victory over Detonation Focus Me here tonight. The honorary Aussies, the PCS team, have done it, taking yet another series victory for themselves. As you said, Carrix, they are now 2 series wins to 3. This has got to be an injection of confidence for them. They're definitely not a last place team here in the LCP.
No, they're certainly not. They are, obviously they have a bit of a climb to do to make their push for playoffs, but we have a long time left to do it, and ending our first Super Week with a win is exactly what you want to be doing if you're Ground Zero.
Yeah, and the boys are happy with it. They're smiling, and it was well played. It feels like they needed that warm-up game, right? That game 1, they were just sort of warming up. They were coming online. I believe they call those content games. And then game 2 and game 3, they were a completely different animal. They did not let DFM in. They just performed so dominantly. And yeah, you look at this damage coming out of that Kai'Sa compared to Kakun there. You look at the top side. I really think DFM need to address Momo. Maybe it needs more scrimming, maybe more reps there. But Momo, unfortunately, is proving to be a weakness time and time again. And the enemy teams are just taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, 100%, and it was just being able to put Shun on something that he can jump in on. He needs to have that playmaking. The Varus just wasn't it in game 1. You see in this so much more dynamic, moving around the fight, able to deal the damage. You see there, jumps in, constantly doing that, flashes back out, surviving on about 100 HP. That's what we want to see. This, however, is a very well-deserved player of the match. Ejung, Sion in game 1 was the brightest point for GC, and then the Jax and the Na, he just destroyed Momo.
Absolutely, being able to secure that top lane priority for GZ, it was never in doubt. They never had to commit any extra resources to that top side to get those advantages or win it back. Being, I want to say aggressive, I want to say stable, I want to say reliable, meant that GZ were just free to 5v4 any other team fight if they so chose. And he was quick on the TPs as well. He would join those team fights. He would get those really good Na ultimates onto 3-4 members and just shut down anything DFM had to respond with.
I don't really know what there is to take away from game 2 and game 3 for DFM. I do think they sort of just got handled, but game 1, I do want to stress how good a win that is. Sometimes your underdog teams will get wins where it's just like the enemy team fumbled really hard, they just didn't draft well, you got an awesome matchup, and you just kind of walk with a win. That's not really what happened in game 1. DFM fell behind early, but were able to muscle back into the game and never lost their heads, never lost sight of what their composition can do. So even though this is a Ground Zero win and a dominant win, let's not belabor the point, I do think there are good takeaways here for DFM.
Yeah, I mean, I even frankly liked that Smolder pick. I just think it was the composition around that unfortunately led to Smolder losing yet another game in Tier 1 gameplay. As we do see our first series, Team Secret Whales won that in convincing fashion, 2-0 against GAM. And our second series of the night, GZ win 2-1 over DFM. There was pretty good series here tonight, Carrick's. A lot of highlight performances. We even got treated to a pentakill by Ka-Kun in this second series of the night. And we have our updated standings.
And here at the end of the Super Week, we can finally discuss this without any asterisk. It is Team Secret Wales on top. Relove DCG right on their heels. And then the scrum of GAM, CFO, MVK, Ground Zero Gaming. Then the Hawks with DFM, unfortunately, sitting winless in last place at the moment. This is exciting for me because I think the top three in particular, maybe the top four, all play very different League of Legends, and we get clash of styles every time they match up. So we just have so much to talk about. GAM playing in our first games next week, DCG as well. Exactly what we want to be seeing.
Yeah, I like that we're getting the LJL SHG. I like that we're getting the VCS GAM. It's a 2-3 versus 3-2, so that's going to be a great matchup. Relove DCG into DFM. I think we can expect that to be that sort of 2-0 game. But again, I would love to see DFM put up a strong fight. I don't want them to be a pushover at all because I kind of cheer for every team, right? Because every team that wins is a win for the LCP. It's just, I love League of Legends, Carrick's, and I want to see our teams win because that helps it. That was a great 2 series tonight.
It was.
It was. But let me tell you, I think that brings us to the end of our first Super Week here in the LCP. And what a Super Week it was. We had at least one pentakill. I think a few because
we had a couple.
of Artemis. We had a couple, a cheeky few. We had possibly the best series of the split, definitely so far. And we have another Super Week ahead of us here, Carrick's. I'm looking forward to it. And we'll get to it next week. We'll see you all there because we're made for it here in the LCP. Good night.